order. Before we begin the daily routine, I will read the late debate that has been submitted by the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic. Whereas the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Association states there are over 1,000 people in the HRM alone who are facing homelessness. Whereas it is the responsibility of the provincial government who are responsible for supporting those in need. Whereas housing is in a crisis. We have some of the highest rents in Canada, vacancy rates lower than 1%, and housing starts down by 52%. This year from the CMHC, and more needs to be done. And we need the government to take meaningful action to prevent even more people from having to experience homelessness and to support those who are unhoused find shelter. Therefore, be it resolved, the House works together to come up with a plan to house the thousands of people living in tents before winter comes. So we'll see. Okay, we'll begin the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Oh, sorry. Presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
And Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction prior to that.
Yes, please do.
So in the West Gallery, I'd like to introduce Rob and Laura Bright from Annapolis. I'm proud to be their MLA. They're leaders in our community and great advocates for the environment and other things going on in our neck of the woods. So thank you, and appreciate everyone giving them a hand of applause. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition with the operative clause that reads, "Therefore, we, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Premier to pause all harvesting and road building activities in forests over 80 years old on Crown land in Annapolis County until such time as 20% of Nova Scotia lands have been permanently protected." I have affixed my signature to the petition as per the rules of the House.
The petition for now is taken under advisement. I will certainly rule in due course whether it can be tabled. I believe it's simply due to not recognizing your signature, so I'm sure everything will be fine once you indicate where you have signed, but we cannot visibly see your signature. Okay? I recognize the honourable member for Clare on an introduction.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make an introduction. I'd like to introduce Vernon Billiveau, Deputy Fire Chief for the St. Bernard Fire Department, and his father, Michel Billiveau, and also a dedicated firefighter. Strong community volunteers, love politics. They drove up from Clare today just to watch the proceedings, so I'd like to welcome.
Welcome to the House, and thank you for your service and all that you do to protect our communities. Continuing on, presenting and reading petitions. Are there any further? Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Labor, Skills, and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I read my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
So in the gallery today, we have representatives from the Chinese Benevolent Association, and I ask them to rise when I introduce them. So Eric Yang, Yao Ming, Teng Yu Shang, Yu Yu Lu, Xu Yan Zhang, and Joyce Leo. I would ask that all members in the House join me in giving them a warm welcome for all that they do for the community.
Welcome to the House. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Labor, Skills, and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on October 2nd, 2023 marked the start of the Halifax Chinese community's Full Moon Over Atlantic Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, and whereas the gala was an immersive theatrical and musical performance event that shared a range of artistic dance, vocal and musical performances, including the celebrated dancer Sun Yu from the Ottawa Chinese community, and whereas the gala was co-organized by the Chinese Society of Nova Scotia, the Chinese Benevolent Association, and Hong Kong Canada Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of the wonderful work of the Chinese Society of Nova Scotia, the Chinese Benevolent Association, and the Hong Kong Canada Chamber of Commerce, that on October 25th, 2023, the Government of Nova Scotia thanked the Halifax Chinese community for their ongoing contributions to the diversity of rich cultures in our communities, and recognize October 2nd, 2023 as the start of the Full Moon Over Atlantic Mid-Autumn Festival. Wow. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas this Saturday, October 28th, friends and family will gather to celebrate the remarkable life of Jen Powley, who passed away on September 18th. And whereas Jen Powley was an indelible force who used her own voice to speak to those who couldn't, to speak for those who couldn't, and then her words to advocate for those she knew wanted more for themselves. And whereas Jen Powley's legacy will live on through her own words as an author and through her actions and tireless efforts to help young people live more independently, therefore be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing the impactful life of Jen Powley and thinking of her friends and family who gather on Saturday to celebrate her life. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophone.
Madame la Présidente, en date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que le peuple acadien fait partie intégrante de la Nouvelle-Écosse depuis plus de 400 ans, soit depuis l'établissement initial des Acadiens à Port-Royal en 1605, et attendu que le peuple acadien forme une communauté fière, résiliente et dynamique qui contribue toujours au secteur social, culturel et économique de la Nouvelle-Écosse, et attendu que le mois d'août est d'une grande importance pour le peuple acadien, la fête nationale des Acadiens et des Acadiennes étant reconnue et célébrée le 15 août depuis 1881. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative reconnaissent la proclamation faite à Pamlico-West-le-Bas par le Premier ministre le 15 août 2023, que chaque année, le mois d'août, à compter de 2024, soit reconnu comme le mois du patrimoine acadien en Nouvelle-Écosse et célèbre les contributions historiques et continue du peuple acadien à notre province. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Acadian people have been an integral part of Nova Scotia for more than 400 years, beginning with the first settlement of Acadians at Port Royal in 1605, and whereas the Acadians are a proud, resilient, and vibrant community that continues to contribute to Nova Scotia's social, cultural, and economic sectors. And whereas the month of August is of great significance to Acadians, as August 15th has been recognized and celebrated as National Acadian Day since 1881. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly recognize the proclamation made by the Premier in Lower West Pumlico on August 15, 2023, that the month of August, each year beginning in 2024, be recognized as Acadian Heritage Month in Nova Scotia and celebrate the historical and ongoing contributions of Acadians in our province. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, permission to make an introduction.
Please do so.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the East Gallery, I'm thrilled to welcome Jennifer Green, the project lead of NSCAD University's Flaxmobile project and a professor who is researching sustainable plant fibers and working to develop a sustainable fiber industry in Nova Scotia, which is encouraging the development of a local, sustainable fiber flax industry. Jennifer is joined by Andy Murdoch, who works in University Relations at NSCAD University. The Flaxmobile project, Madam Speaker, will assist in reducing barriers to accessing local, sustainable textiles and materials, creating green jobs in agriculture, craft, and building, and promoting local consumption, sharing knowledge for climate adaptation, and sequestering an estimated 68 tons of carbon by 2030 and 3,669 tons by 2050 to meet Nova Scotia's greenhouse gas reduction targets. 35 Nova Scotian farms and artists have benefited from the Flaxmobile project, and we know it will help even more in the future. The Flaxmobile is a fitting project for us to highlight on Sustainability Day. And I thank Jennifer for joining us. I ask colleagues to give her a warm welcome to the House of Assembly.
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day that I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October 25th is Sustainability Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness and fostering action in support of sustainable practices that protect our environment and ensure the well-being of future generations. And whereas Nova Scotia is home to organizations and businesses committed to reducing their environmental impact, such as NSCAD University's Flaxmobile project, an innovative mobile facility that educates and assists communities in growing fiber flax, the plant source for linen, exemplifying the province's dedication to sustainability. And whereas the province of Nova Scotia acknowledges the importance of collaboration among governments, industry, community organizations, and individuals in achieving our sustainability goals. Therefore, be it resolved that Nova Scotians join me in recognizing Sustainability Day and thanking Jennifer Green and the Flaxmobile team for their commitment to creating sustainable industries in our province. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. And I just wanted to put on the record for the Honourable Member for Annapolis that we have identified your name on your petition and everything is good. Thank you for your patience. We will now move on to introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting the affordable living tax credit.
It's fine. The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting the Affordable Living Tax Credit.
Bill 373, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting the Affordable Living Tax Credit.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicles Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised 1989, the Wildlife Act, a reduction in government fees for hardworking Nova Scotians Act.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act.
Bill 374, an act to amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 367 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Park Act, to keep the parks open during the winter.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 367 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Parks Act, to keep the parks open during the winter.
Bill 375, an act to amend Chapter 367 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Parks Act, to keep the parks open during the winter.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2014, the Health Authorities Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2014, the Health Authorities Act.
Bill 376, an act to amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2014, the Health Authorities Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Are there any further introduction of bills? Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as per the rules, rule particularly 32.2 of the House of Assembly, I'm looking for unanimous consent to read this resolution on behalf of the Kiwanis Club of Sydney.
There has been a request for unanimous consent for the member of Sydney, Member 2, to read notice of motion on the Kiwanis Club of Sydney. Do we all agree? Contrary-minded? No? Great. Thank you. I will ask the member of Sydney, member 2, to go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Kiwanis Club of Sydney was chartered in November of 1923, being one of the oldest Kiwanis clubs in Canada, and has been an integral and active part in the community for 100 years. And whereas for many years, the Kiwanis motto was "We Build," can be seen in every corner of Sydney, from funding and starting the first library, building the first seniors housing, donating the first handy trans bus, building and managing the Kiwanis pool, building the Wentworth Park bandshell and Ann Terry Memorial Gazebo, helping to fund and organize first Little League Baseball, and help fund the Children's Ward at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. And whereas the Kiwanis Club of Sydney raises and donates tens of thousands of dollars every year to fund and run its projects, such as the Squadron 29 Air Cadets for over 60 years, Kiwanis Music, Speech and Drama Festival for over 65 years, Sydney Academy Kiwanis Educating Youth Club for over 50 years, the Quarterly Pediatric Cardiac Clinic in conjunction with the IWK for over 35 years, was one of the first sponsors of the Breakfast and Learning Program in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, and still to this day sponsor it at Brooklyn Elementary. Be it therefore resolved that this House of Assembly recognize the month of November 2023 as Kiwanis Club of Sydney Month to celebrate their 100th anniversary of building a better community and serving children in our community and around the world. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Continuing on with notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the following resolution. Whereas there is a dramatic inconsistency in the regulation of open net pen aquaculture between Canada's west and east coasts, with the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans exercising jurisdiction in British Columbia and the Provincial Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture exercising jurisdiction in Nova Scotia, and whereas the federal government is phasing out open net pen fish farming in BC by 2025, following a 2019 election commitment from Prime Minister Trudeau encapsulated in the federal minister's mandate letter, and whereas in British Columbia, federal policy has already led to significant recent closures of open net pen fish farms in the Discovery Islands and the Broughton Archipelago, and the denial of license renewal applications elsewhere in the province, while the provincial government in Nova Scotia, by contrast, continues to promote the development and expansion of open net pen aquaculture in this province. Therefore, be it resolved that this Assembly directs the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development to summon witnesses, study and make recommendations on the environmental and community impacts of the asymmetrical and differential modes of administration, regulation and jurisdiction of open net pen aquaculture on the west and east coasts of the country. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion will be tabled. Any further notices of motion? If not, we will move on to statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery, I'd like to draw the members' attention to two dynamic ladies who made the drive in from Kings West today, all the way from Kingston. And I'm very pleased that they're here today. I'd like to ask them to stand when I speak about them. I'd like to welcome Lauren Avery to the House. And Lauren is an educator and also one of the brainchild and driving forces behind a new market in our community that I'm going to speak about in my member statement. And unfortunately, her partner, Sarah, who has been with her from the beginning of this, is not here. But I want to welcome Lauren to the House. And I want to welcome Maggie Travis, who's here, who leads the team of volunteers with Lauren and Sarah. And I'm really pleased you folks are here. A year and a half ago, they came to my office with a vision for a community project. And in just under a year, they've created a wonderful, wonderful community initiative in Farm Market. And I'd like to speak about that now, if I could, Madam Speaker. So please give my guests a warm welcome in the House.
The Honourable Member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the efforts of two of my constituents, Lauren Avery and Sarah Naismith. These two Kingston women recognize the need to have a weekly farmers market that would encourage people to support local agriculture and businesses, and then they worked hard to make it happen. The Kingston Farmers Market is located on the lawn of the Aurora Inn, located right on Main Street. Lauren and Sarah have secured over 40 local vendors selling produce, meat, baked goods, handmade items, and much more. They're also prepared food vendors, so people can stop by to pick up some supper, enjoy the live music, and take part in workshops. The market has a festival feel, and absolutely everyone is welcome. The first market opened on June 1st, and it ran every Thursday until it wrapped up October 12th. Lauren and Sarah have worked hard to build their vendor list, securing funding, arranging music, and building relationships with community partners. Madam Speaker, Kings West is very excited about this buy local option in our community, and it's quickly become a popular market in the Valley. Please join me in congratulating Lauren and Sarah and Maggie and their team on a successful first year, and in wishing them many more years of continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the hard work of pharmacists across this province who stepped up in our healthcare crisis to deliver more and more services to patients in Nova Scotia. We are glad that the government continued the work of previous governments to continue to expand the scope of practice for pharmacists, including covering high-dose flu shots for seniors. And I know folks in our communities have been happy to have access to these services when they need the most. Right now, pharmacists are offering flu and COVID vaccine shots to Nova Scotians across the province, and I know they are coming here to the House this week. So I encourage all members who have yet to get their flu shot and vaccine shot to join me in getting one this Thursday to protect ourselves and, of course, protect others. Thank you, Madam Speaker, to pharmacists across the province for the important work they do to help us get access to health care and help keep us safe.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. The congratulations of the Nova Scotia Legislature are to be extended to Lloyd Bogle of Stewiacke on his induction to the Canadian Fiddle Hall of Honour at the Canadian Grand Masters Fiddling Championships, August 26th in Truro. The citation accompanying the presentation pays tribute to Lloyd for making more contributions to old-time fiddle music than most fiddlers. For many decades, Lloyd Bogle has promoted fiddle contests and concerts across the province and devoted himself to the preservation and development of old-time music in Nova Scotia. Lloyd's love for organizing parties, dances, and music events of all kinds is legendary, and over the years he has attended dances and house parties in most corners of central Nova Scotia. Lloyd celebrates his birthday each year at the time of the Grand Masters, and his induction into the Fiddle Hall of Honour took place 3 days after he turned 95. Lloyd is watching, Madam Speaker, this afternoon, the proceedings of the House from the common room of Cedarstone Enhanced Care, where he lives now in Truro, and I'd invite all members to join me in a round of applause to congratulate Lloyd Bogle on this great contribution.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the dedication and accomplishments of Rodney Chesson, former Executive Director of the Nova Scotia Highland Village in Iona. Rodney had been employed for more than 30 years with the Highland Village, with immeasurable accomplishments through many challenges during the development of the village. By building partnerships, resources, and financial stability, Rodney brought the Highland Village status to one of the highlighted Nova Scotia museums. The most recent accomplishment was the official opening of the new 7,700 square foot visitor centre this past summer. During his years at the village, Rodney also provided outreach support to the Gaelic community of Nova Scotia, contributing to the renewal of grassroots Gaelic history and culture. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Rodney for his dedication to the Highland Village and to the rest of the Gaelic community. I'd also like to congratulate him on his new career adventure as manager of site maintenance for the Nova Scotia Museums. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd like to acknowledge the continuing volunteer efforts of Bill Middleton of Cole Harbour. Bill was a clinical therapist for 30 years, and following his retirement in 2006, he moved to the Halifax area. Currently, at age 77, he continues working as a part-time probation officer with the province. For the past 15 years, in his spare time, Bill volunteers with the food bank in Cole Harbour. He grocery shops every week and arranges food pickup from local food drives, always ensuring to send out thank you letters. Bill served on the building committee that was successful in securing grant dollars for the construction of the food bank building. Bill and Brian Adams, along with other volunteers from the Cole Harbour Woodside United Church, erected the shed, and Bill lending his painting skills to the project, which is now known as the Cole Harbour Community Fridge. This past fall, the food bank was supported by 100 families a month. So I ask the House of Assembly to join me in thanking Bill Middleton for making a difference in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
In the gallery today is the family of Mia Ferguson, who are here to witness a memorial statement for her. Let's welcome them. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and memory of an extraordinary young Nova Scotian, Mia Ferguson. Mia was a graduate of Sacred Heart School of Halifax, where she received many awards, all recognizing her special gifts in leadership, community service, friendship, compassion, and empathy. Mia also received the Youth and Philanthropic Initiative Award through the province of Nova Scotia for her work with Phoenix Youth Programs, and was presented the Good Sport Award from the Nova Scotia School Athletic Federation. Mia was passionate about working with children. Following her experiences at Big Cove, she spent 2 summers as a lifeguard at a YMCA camp in BC. And this past September, Mia started working at Sacred Heart with the after-school program. She had a special connection with young children, and her work provided joy, happiness, and a great sense of purpose. She graduated with a Bachelor's of Art in Fine Arts and Psychology from Mount Allison. She was an amazing person. She was fiercely loyal to those she loved and had a soul full of sunshine. She used many tools to cope with the hardships, including humor and creating an awareness of glioblastoma and giving back to the community by fostering from the SPCA. Madam Speaker, in closing and in honor of Mia's spirit, do something kind for someone less fortunate. Remember, life is precious and should be enjoyed.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, we have many administrative assistants within our departments who perform outstanding work. They are an indispensable asset to their department, responsible for a wide range of tasks, including scheduling meetings, managing and distributing correspondence, organizing files, and handling numerous phone calls. During the past 2 years, I've had the privilege of working with one of the best, Renata McDonald, at Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage. Renata's professional, positive, and enthusiastic attitude permeates throughout her office area. Her thoughtful attention to detail always impressed me. She possesses an innate ability to manage and prioritize tasks with grace and precision. Whether she is dealing with confidential and time-sensitive files or organizing someone's week, she does it with a smile while maintaining a genuine concern for everyone in the department. Renata can look back over her 3 decades working in government circles with pride and accomplishment. Renata, you're a real gem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to give tribute to a really good friend of mine who's a son, a husband, a father, and most of all, a best friend. Paul was taken from us way too early at the age of 54 last week, and he was a rock for everyone. I first met Paul in grade 5 when starting a new school, and Paul and Troy took me under their wing, and he became a real close friend, and I'll never forget that. We've had a lifelong friendship, Paul, Troy, and I, and you know, it's a sad day for us. Paul was a rock for everybody. When his dad passed at a young age, Paul took over as the rock of the family. And I would just like to wish Carrie Ann, Riley, and Anna, and his mom, Florence, his sister, Monique, and his brother, Mark, our condolences, and also to a special friend, Juanita. And Madam Speaker, I would ask for a moment of silence to celebrate Paul.
There has been a request for a moment of silence. Please stand.
Please be seated.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction, please?
Please do.
Joining us today in the gallery opposite are two very well-known, accomplished artists in Nova Scotia, Aaron Foster and James McSwain. I've known Aaron for, I don't know, ever, and James I don't know so well, but I know of James' work very much as a young artist starting out in the performance realm in Nova Scotia. When I started watching things made in Nova Scotia, James McSwain was definitely a part of those things that I was watching, all of the AFCOOP films, etc. So I'm very pleased that they're here. I'm going to do a member statement about a collaboration that they've done. So please offer them the warm welcome of the House. Madam Speaker, nearly 10 years in the making, Celestial Queer is a documentary film by Dartmouth North resident Aaron Foster and fellow artist Sue Johnson about the delightful and mischievous Halifax filmmaker and artist James McSwain. After years of fundraising, filming, and post-production, Celestial Queer debuted at this year's Atlantic International Film Festival on September 18th. The film was met both by a standing ovation for the filmmakers and its subject, and received the honor of being voted the best Atlantic documentary of the festival. Born in Amherst, Nova Scotia, but spending much of his adulthood in Halifax, James McSwain is best known for his short, experimental, collaged animations. As an early activist for gay liberation, many of Jim's films explore his gay identity. A pillar of the local art scene and mentor to many, Jim has been involved in or worked for artist-run centers, the Atlantic Filmmakers Co-op and the Center for Art Tapes, and has taught animation at NASCAD. While the documentary does, as advertised, feature Jim's life and work, above all, it captures his wonder. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Aaron, Sue, their team, and Jim McSwain for this truly wonder-filled film. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Madam Speaker, let us acknowledge Jack and Marguerite Miller, who have been operating a market garden from their family farm in northeast Marguerite, selling produce for 29 years. 2023 is the last year they will sell vegetables, jams, pickles, and fudge to the public. As the third generation to produce vegetables on this farm, the Millers have carried on the family tradition for over 100 years. They demonstrated the value of local food production and gave people the enjoyment of healthy, real food. If you've ever driven through the Marguerite Valley along the Cabot Trail, you would have seen their large sunflower field, which has provided a backdrop for photos for many visitors. The work of their hands and the nutrition they have given to so many will be missed by all who pulled in to make a purchase. May we wish the Millers well on their hard-earned and well-deserved retirement.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the remarkable achievement of Edouard Leblanc, who recently launched his book, Mon Camino sur les chemins de Clare en pandémie. In the first part of the book, Mr. Leblanc takes a reader on a journey through Clare during the pandemic, beginning with his walk from home to the Duffy Road and concluding 57 days later at Cape St. Mary's Lighthouse. The second part recounts his son's 500-kilometer walk from Lisbon to Santiago de Compostela. Just as his previous work, Monsieur Leblanc shares stories of his community, this time focusing on the place along his daily route. What makes this accomplishment even more extraordinary is that Mr. Leblanc authored this book at the age of 92, making it his fourth publication. I invite all members to join me in congratulating Edouard Leblanc on the launch of his latest book. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I get started, can I beg leave to make an introduction? Thank you. I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the West Gallery. I would like to welcome Nori Matthews, Kai's dad, Alex Ryan, Kai's friend, and Dow students Emma Courtney, Neha Khanna, and Giselle Francis. I'd like for everyone in this house to give my guests a warm welcome. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that over the past few years we have seen a wide-reaching impact of the Be for Kai campaign in Nova Scotia. So many more are educated on the dangers of meningitis B and the importance of getting vaccinated. Today, I want to recognize Emma Courtney, Neha Khanna, and Giselle Francis of Dalhousie University. Emma, Neha, and Giselle are students of the Dalhousie Faculty of Medicine and work with Nori Matthews for almost a year to continue the Be for Kai campaign. As of this fall, Be for Kai will be an official Dalhousie student society, and the university is offering both public education and vaccine clinics to first-year students about meningitis B this fall. Madam Speaker, I ask that the House congratulate Emma, Neha, and Giselle for their work with Be for Kai at Dalhousie, as well as Nori for taking up the cause and starting so many conversations about the significance of meningitis B in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This year, my home community of Quinnan celebrated its 137th annual Labor Day picnic, which is back after being cancelled 3 times due to the pandemic. In 1883, the first picnic in Quinnan was organized and held outdoors, and at that time, it was the biggest community event of the year. There were games for all ages, dancing to local violin music. Young and old look forward to it with much anticipation. Renowned for its delicious turkey supper, it remains a much anticipated event where our community spirit is alive and well. Residents from near and far gather to reconnect and socialize. Madam Speaker, I'd like all members of the legislature to join me in thanking all those who helped make this year's annual Labor Day picnic a huge success. It's humbling to see our community come together to preserve this deep-rooted tradition. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, we are fortunate in our constituency to have so many dedicated, compassionate volunteers who work to make their community an even better place to live, work, and play. Each year, a number of these amazing folks are celebrated at the Annapolis County Volunteer Event. One of those very deserving 2023 honorees was Angela Amiro. Angela has been an active and engaged member of the Port Royal Legion Branch 21 for a decade. She has taken on a wide variety of roles, including helping with bingo, cadet natal days, and the Poppy campaign, and serving as food services officer and a member of the executive. She was also heavily involved with the Annapolis Community Natal Days program for 14 years. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Angela Amiro on being recognized at the 2023 Annapolis County Volunteer Event and in thanking her for all that she's done to improve the lives of those in our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in congratulations to the Cape Breton District Labour Council on a successful Labor Day picnic. Thank you to the Cape Breton District Labour Council for a great event filled with music, a magic show, games, and of course a barbecue. It was a day of fun, family celebration, and solidarity. Labor Day is a time to renew our vows to fight for important issues such as workplace safety and affordability, and the fight against the privatization of government services. Madam Speaker, I thank the Cape Breton District Labour Council, its volunteers, for continuing this Labor Day tradition. My solidarity to all workers. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge Sarah Lynn Knockwood, who's being inducted in the Nova Scotia Sports Hall of Fame in November. Sarah Lynn is a 3-time North American Indigenous Games gold medalist, as well as a 2006 Open World Taekwondo champion. She worked as Director of Sport and Venue for the North American Indigenous Games, which was held in this province this summer. Sarah Ann has been involved with youth sports in the community for many years, helped engage youth to keep a healthy lifestyle. Madam Speaker, Sarah Lynn is an inspirational to all the athletes, not only in East Hants, but across the provinces and North America. I would like to congratulate her on making her American sports history and being inducted into the Nova Scotia Sports Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Sarah Ann, and thank you for all the time you put in being a sports mentor in East Hants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 10 years ago this past August, a Bedford family lost their son after he collapsed on the ice at a training camp for the Acadie Bathurst Titan. Jordan Boyd was just 16 years old. He passed away from cardiac arrest caused by a rare heart condition. His family and many other families were absolutely devastated by Jordan's death. But in response to that tragedy, Jordan's family established a foundation to make an impact on heart health. In August 2021, the QE2 Foundation announced the Jordan Boyd Foundation had raised over $1 million toward inherited heart disease. And Jordan's parents, Debbie and Stephen Boyd, and their family continue to support heart health through the funding of automated external defibrillators, AEDs, in public places. Halifax, Sydney, New Glasgow, Oxford, Berwick, and most recently on the waterfront at DeWolf Park in Bedford. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Boyd family for working to ensure other families do not experience the heartache they did, and let them know we will never forget Jordan.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. The congratulations of the legislature are extended to all the organizers and participants of the Canadian Grandmasters Fiddling Competition held the 25th and 26th of August at the Cobequid Educational Centre in Truro. The Grandmasters has been held every year since 1990, but it's usually in Ottawa. And this is the first time that the competition had been held in Nova Scotia. All the more fitting, then, that the 2023 Canadian Fiddle Champion is Kyle Sharon of Halifax. Ethan Hardy of Lockheed, Alberta, and Alex Kusterok of Sherwood Park, Alberta, were second and third runners-up, respectively. A special word of congratulations and appreciation is due to the Canadian Truro Grandmasters Committee, consisting of Kimberly Holmes, Chair, Sharon Moore, Jamie Durning, Valerie Brousseau, and Kim McNeil, who, with the successful hosting of the 2023 Grandmasters, have made a major contribution to advancing the tradition of old-time music in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Guysborough Nature Trail Park Run Group. A little more than a year ago, Jimmy Rives, Al Marston, Adam Rogers, and Michael Wilson started their efforts to organize a park run group in their community. The park run is a free community event where you can walk, jog, run, volunteer, or spectate in the 5K that takes place every Saturday morning. Since they started, they've had about 40 people take part, and every Saturday they have about 7 to 9 regular participants, and anyone else is welcome to join. They run, jog, walk along the Guysborough Nature Trail and enjoy friendship, meeting new people who come from outside the community, and of course, the many physical and mental health benefits of being outside in nature, participating at your own pace. Some parents bring their babies in strollers, and of course, their fur babies too, Madam Speaker. This summer, they were joined by the Parks Run's North America Territory Manager from Vancouver, who they were able to introduce to this beautiful part of the country. Madam Speaker, these gentlemen and their volunteers have brought a free activity to the community and are promoting physical activity to anyone who wants to take part. Please join me in congratulating the Guysborough Nature Trail Park Run Group. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate the newly formed Cumberland Acadian Society for recently hosting its very first successful Acadian Festival in downtown Amherst this past summer. The society, formed earlier this year, has a vision of preserving and promoting our proud Acadian history in Cumberland County. The festival, held on August 17th, celebrated with food, music, and fun for all members of the community, with a special focus on families with Acadian heritage, such as my own and my husband's, Melanson and Robichaud. Special mention to Leon Landry, Morris Hogg, and Bill Casey, who have led this society. I would also like to thank our provincial government for providing funding for this special event. In Cumberland North, we are fortunate to be living in an area where so many Acadian families can trace their history and where many of those families still reside. Specifically, Madam Speaker, the former Acadian village of Beaubassin, and provides a sad but rich history of our Acadian people. Please join me in congratulating the Cumberland Acadian Society and wishing them great success in future events as they work to protect our valuable history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on my feet to recognize an important organization in our community. It's Loaves and Fishes in Sydney. For decades, Loaves and Fishes is a community-run organization of volunteers and some folks, Mark Omadi being one of them, who I work with as he manages the facility. But Loaves and Fishes feeds hundreds of people a day. In our community, they've been supporting families and individuals who need help the most. It's been really such a beautiful part of our community to see the volunteers come together with a great organization to help support so many in the CBRM. So I rise in my place to recognize Marco, the staff, the board, and everyone involved at Loaves and Fishes in Sydney for supporting so many at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize a social entrepreneur and advocate who is making big waves in Halifax Citadel, Sable Island. Alfred Burgesson is the founder and CEO of the Tribe Network, which recently opened their doors just up the hill from this house. Alfred and his family immigrated from Accra, Ghana to Nova Scotia when he was 6 years old. He quickly became involved in the local community, eventually serving as the co-chair of Canada's first State of the Youth report and representing Nova Scotia on the Prime Minister's Youth Council from 2019 to 2021. His latest venture is the Tribe Network, a collective made up of Black, Indigenous, and people of color entrepreneurs pursuing innovation in Canada. Tribe will invest resources into racialized leaders and entrepreneurs to help them thrive as business owners, professionals, and students. Madam Speaker, I ask my fellow members join me in recognizing Alfred's new social enterprise and all the work he has done to uplift entrepreneurship and business in BIPOC communities.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the heroic and selfless act of Truro Police Officer Bruce Lake. Bruce Lake was off duty visiting Fundy National Park in New Brunswick when he spotted someone at the base of the small waterfall along Moosehorn Trail. She was clinging to rocks in the churning waters, and onlookers stood by, unable to reach her when she disappeared under the water. It was clear that she was in serious trouble, so without thought, Bruce jumped in. Although the water was deep and rough and he managed to grab her arm, pull her in, and started swimming for the surface. Fortunately, he was able to push her to the edge of the water where her friend was able to grab her and pull her into safety. Bruce Lake risked his own life to save the life of a complete stranger. Madam Speaker, I ask members of the House to join me in thanking Bruce for his incredible act of heroism. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize an individual who I believe personifies community, Brandy Rhino. Madam Speaker, the community of Samborough is in need of a community centre, and while we wait for government to transfer the land to our community, Brandy, as she always does, stepped up and created fundraisers to help fund the community centre. This is not the first time Brandy has stepped up, and it won't be the last. A great community spirit, fundraiser, friend, and poker player. Thank you, Brandy, for all you do.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this past September, Dartmouth North resident Debbie Chipman rappelled down Halifax's tallest office tower at 1801 Hollis Street. Debbie made the drop to raise funds for Easter Seals, Nova Scotia. In addition to this being Debbie's 12th, that's right, 12th time participating in the Drop Zone event, she was this year's top individual fundraiser, raising over $6,000. Over the dozen years that she has taken part in Drop Zone, Debbie has raised a total of $63,000 for Easter Seals. Drop Zone is Easter Seals Nova Scotia's signature fundraising event. The money raised supports programs and services for Nova Scotians living with cognitive and/or physical disabilities, including mobility equipment and assistive devices, employment and skill-building programs, inclusive sport, recreational, and social opportunities. It's an essential organization for many Nova Scotians. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking Debbie Chipman for her bravery and commitment to such an important cause. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an aspiring young artist from Great Village in Colchester North. Bree Askew has recently graduated from NASCAD with a fine arts degree. Bree has returned to Great Village to her grandfather's residence and has set up a home studio. Madam Speaker, Bree is interested in the history of Great Village and has centered her focus on painting the historical buildings in that community. Madam Speaker, I proudly display one of Bree's paintings in my constituency office. It is so wonderful to see a young person who is passionate about her community and is able to express herself through her art. I wish her great success as she pursues her dream of becoming a professional artist. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South. Oh. The honourable member for King South. Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute today to the first responders in my riding of King South, the Wolfville Fire Department, the Greenwich Fire Department, the New Minas Fire Department, the Kings County Search and Rescue Team, and the paramedics who respond to life-threatening events day in and day out. I would like to thank you for your unwavering courage and selflessness. Your dedication to saving lives and protecting our communities is essential and important work. It's life-saving work. I would also like to encourage young people in our communities to consider the important work of first responders as a career choice or in a volunteer role. Every community looks to develop a new generation of first responders for providing a foundation of fire and public safety. On behalf of the citizens of King South, who I hear from directly on their gratitude to first responders, I would like to extend my profound thanks for the work you do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. We will now begin the orders of the day with oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier promised to release his housing strategy this past spring. The Premier did release it this week. Clearly, that's the longest spring on record here in Nova Scotia. But this is also a week after the Premier said that he wouldn't release his strategy, where he said specifically, I'm not interested in studies, panels, and strategies, which I think has become very clear. It's also a week after the Premier said, we won't flip-flop in the wind depending on what we think might sell in the media that day. I'll table that. Madam Speaker, my question to the Premier, why did he wait so long to release his housing strategy? And if it wasn't to get in the media, then what was the intention in doing it?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I believe my comments were that we're not waiting for a strategy. We're getting to work. We're getting things done on behalf of Nova Scotians, and I think the strategy is out there now, and I think the member taking the time to look through that strategy would see a lot of it's done. There's a lot to do. There's no question. I'm very proud of the work that the minister is doing on a number of files on the housing, but the announcements this week on the apprentice program, I've heard from people all over the province that are just thrilled with those announcements. We'll keep going with those things. The strategy is out there. The member can focus on the strategy. We'll focus on action.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Well, we have taken time to go through the strategy, Madam Speaker, and the plan. And I do believe that the Premier didn't release it previously because it's not that great. I think he released it this week because of the political pressure that we're exerting on this issue, because of the media pressure. But I do want to point out some glaring issues that this was put together last minute. It shows the numbers. On Monday, the Premier or the department said that this is going to be a $1 million plan. The next day, they said it was going to be a $1.7 billion plan. I mean, that's Bermuda accounting, if I've ever seen it, I think, Madam Speaker. How can Nova Scotians trust this plan when the government can't even keep their story straight on it?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member may not be impressed with the strategy, but I wonder if the member is impressed by 222 affordable housing, the first affordable housing in 30 years in this province. I wonder if the member is impressed with the improvements to the down payment assistance program that are helping so many Nova Scotians. I wonder if the member is impressed with the changes to the short-term rentals. I wonder if the member is impressed with the fact that over 7,000 Nova Scotians are receiving a rental supplement. I don't know what impresses the member, but maybe one of those things do, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
I have to be honest, Madam Speaker. I'm not impressed with that. These are initiatives that the government's been taking for over 2 years now that haven't resulted in more housing for Nova Scotians. In fact, housing starts are down 50% year over year. There's less affordable units on the market. We've got a wait list of 5,000 people on the public housing wait list, and the Premier brags about trying to put another 220 on in the next 7 years. I don't think that's going to count at all. It's a drop in the bucket. And 90% of this plan that they've brought forward has just been a regurgitation of previously failed initiatives. 80% of the investments that the government is now bragging about have nothing to do with new affordable housing on the market. How can the Premier actually look at Nova Scotians in the eye and say this is a serious plan that's going to help them get into more affordable housing more quickly?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it is. It's entertaining. It really is. The member could complain that we're not doing enough, but it's a lot more than that government did for 8 years. Madam Speaker, there's no question that interest rates are having an issue on housing starts. We don't really control that here in Nova Scotia as much as I would like to. There's no question that the labor issues are having an issue. That's why it would be nice if the opposition would get behind the MOST program. It's an innovative program. It's not time to just negative. Get behind something positive. The changes to the apprenticeship program, they will have a positive impact. And I agree, Madam Speaker, that we are starting with an empty bucket, and it takes one drop at a time, and we will continue to put drop after drop after drop because it was empty for a long time.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This summer, Nova Scotians saw firsthand the danger and chaos that can result from the failure of our emergency alert system. During the Tantallon fires, an alert wasn't sent until over an hour after the evacuations began. During the West Hants flooding, alerts weren't sent for over 2 hours after being urgently requested by first responders on the scene. The government has promised to address these delays, but nothing has changed, and the results of these delays have had real impacts on the outcome of rescue and evacuation efforts. Another major storm could arrive tomorrow, Madam Speaker. Can the Premier tell Nova Scotians how they can trust that they'll receive an alert in time next time?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, and this is a very serious issue. Of course, Mass Casualty Commission raised this very issue. We're working with municipalities, first responders, to talk about the best way to do this. I will say that I believe that those closest to the incident should have the authority to issue those emergency alerts. But I will tell the member that from discussions with various groups of first responders, they're not always in agreement. So some might say shelter in place. The person beside him might say, I think we should all get out of here. Well, who makes those? Like, these are difficult discussions that require some training and thoughtful consideration with the first responders. We're working with our first responder community and our municipalities to find the best way forward. We want to keep all Nova Scotians safe. Public safety is the #1 concern here for sure.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we hope to see action on that soon. Madam Speaker, much of our coast also remains vulnerable to this government's stunning inaction. 4 years ago, all three parties in this chamber voted in favor of a bill that would regulate construction in coastal and flood-prone areas and protect coastlines from the impact of climate change, which we all see. But proclamation of the Coastal Protection Act has been continuously stalled by this government, creating a dangerous rush to build in vulnerable areas in its absence, leaving people and coastlines at risk. I want to ask the Premier why he's more concerned with allowing reckless coastal development than protecting Nova Scotians. I'll rephrase. Why isn't the Premier acting to protect our coastlines?
We'll have to rule that question out of order due to it's a different topic and I'd ask that you be a little more specific. I mean, we could indicate that, you know, being this broad could be everything about government, but if we could just be a little more specific. So we will have to rule that question out of order, and we will move on to your final supplementary, please. The Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Hopefully, the Premier will have the opportunity to answer a question about coastal protection soon. We're talking about the ways in which this government is responding to our changing climate and protecting Nova Scotians in the process. Nova Scotians' homes and properties have been devastated by the storms of the past year. The July flooding alone has been estimated to have caused over $170 million in insured damages, and certainly much more that was uninsured. Last year, Fiona caused over $385 million in damage just in Nova Scotia. What used to be a once-in-a-lifetime storm simply isn't anymore. There is some relief after disaster happens, but communities and families are stuck with the costs of preparing for the next storm, with virtually no help. No environmental protection, a weak emergency alert system, and not enough support. Why is the Premier leaving people vulnerable by refusing to prepare for the next big disaster?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously, this past year has been a difficult one. We had flooding, and then we had Fiona, then we had the fires, and we had the July flooding. All of these had a financial cost for sure, but in my memory from all of those is the incredible loss of life from the July flooding and the pain that Nova Scotians felt from that. I mean, when these things come, our climate is changing. There's no question about that. And as we run through these natural disasters, you know, we've tried to, as a government, be responsive, come up with innovative programs in the aftermath, tried to help people be prepared. There's no question, Madam Speaker, that this is unprecedented times for our province, and certainly the government recognizes that and will do what it can.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Again, Madam Speaker, just to point how the government's plans are not working on housing. The Premier brags about the MOST program. A fraction of the money dedicated towards that has been used because there's no uptake. That program is not producing more skilled workers into our workforce. And the Premier's plan is totally contingent on the private sector doing its job and building more housing. But here's the facts. Housing starts are down 50%. We have less units than we need. The plan says that they're going to build 41,000 units on top of private builds. But when we've got private builds going down, when we have no real new money announced in this plan, Madam Speaker, how can the Premier say this is actually going to have an impact on the housing market in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I have to say that I'm extraordinarily proud of the incredible work that our department has done, and we've listened to prepare this strategy, and there's been numerous documents, numerous reports we've been listening to, and I know that the opposition members might not want to hear it, but we listened to the federal government too when they went and removed the tax on multi-unit apartment builds, and that is going to be a $500 million, we estimate a $500 million impact on our bottom line as a government, a $500 million investment in private industry. So government, government doesn't put hammers in our own hands, but we need private industry to step up. They are stepping up. They will step up. We're enabling that. I'm incredibly proud of this plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The fact that the Premier cannot answer more than 2 questions every QP, I think, tells this House he wants all the power and none of the responsibility when it comes to governing this province. And the minister made a good point there. They're following the lead of the federal government. They're following pressure of media and opposition parties on housing. They're being reactive on housing. They are not being proactive, and that's why we're seeing housing starts down. That's why we're seeing the highest increases in rent in the country on top of the highest inflation, and that's why people are falling behind, whether they're a young family, a senior, or a young person trying to come up and find a place to live. It's absolutely appalling, and for the minister and the Premier to brag about failed initiatives, I do not think is acceptable. When it comes to the government's plan, they say they need 8,000 new units in the plan. They've only committed to actually building 1,000 new a year. How is that going to keep up with demands that we know we have in this province? They're only meeting a fraction of it, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I do not accept any characterization that the opposition would like to make about our government. The fact is, we're leading the nation. We've got national attention for our community housing acquisition program. We've got national attention for our executive panel on housing. We've got national attention, Madam Speaker, for other programs that we have done. And I'm very proud of all the activity we've done. We'll continue to do more. That member says that in his government they had a housing strategy. I haven't seen it. It was a do-nothing strategy. We stepped into a vacuum, and we have worked steadily for 2 years. We put forward a plan of saying what we will do. What we will do, Madam Speaker, and we will do those things.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Nova Scotia is leading the country in highest inflation in the whole country, in the highest increase in rents, the only province to have a failure with government's intervention on poverty. So congratulations on the government for being leaders in this country on all the wrong indicators. And this plan has serious holes in it. They're patting themselves on the back for making improvements to 48,000 units. When I have to point out 35,000 of those unit improvements, they're listing the Seniors Care Grant, a $750 grant, which isn't going to be used for housing. It's there for grocery delivery, phone bills, medications. How can the minister actually stand up and stand behind this plan and tell us that we're going to fix 35,000 units with $750 that's intended to help seniors with their medication?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, what I will say is I reject absolutely the only plan I heard from this member in the House earlier in this session to curtail immigration. And we absolutely reject that. We want Nova Scotia to grow. We will enable that. That means that it will be more than...
Order. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has the floor.
It's going to be more than just government. We need every level of government to step in, municipal, federal. We need help. We need all Nova Scotians to step up and help us to meet this challenge. We need it because we're getting older, and we need people in our province who are going to step up. Our new neighbors who move in are going to be the healthcare workers that look after us, the mechanics that fix our car, all the incredible things that we need to get done, and all the job vacancies. We see an unparalleled time. Since we've come to government, this province has grown and continues to grow, and Madam Speaker, thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Let's be clear. We've been pro-growth in this province, but if you say you're going to double the population, you need a plan to accommodate it, and the fact is this government doesn't. They say they're going to double the population with more and more people homeless on the streets, with more and more people that can't find an affordable place to live, whether they're young or old or everywhere in between. That is not a plan for growth. That is a cheap headline just to get some press. And I think the minister should take responsibility for it. Let's get back to the issue at hand with this housing bill. The minister insists that the $750 payment that they're going to give out to seniors is going to help with unit improvements and housing. This is a major pillar of their housing plan. Madam Speaker, how can this be a major pillar of their housing plan when this money can't even be used for rent, when we have the highest rent in the country, or for mortgages?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little puzzled why the opposition would be critical of a grant of $750 that they never thought to do, Madam Speaker. That money can be used for whatever they need to do to provide services in their home. So if they need to bring a home renovator into their home, they can do that. But Madam Speaker, I would like to point out something else that is a housing strategy. In my mandate letter, the Premier asked me to count the number of single and double long-term care beds we had in the province because the former Minister of Health didn't know how many we had. We are building 3,500 homes in the province of Nova Scotia. That's what this government is doing. That's part of the housing strategy, and we know how many we have in the sector because we counted them.
Order. Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, let's just set the stage here on this housing plan. It was announced with great fanfare in March. It arrived in October. Last week, the Premier said, we don't like plans, we don't like reports, we're a government of action. And then 3 days later, conveniently, there was a plan ready to go. On Monday, I was at the media briefing with the minister where they said, we're investing $1 billion over 5 years in housing. And then 24 hours later, they said, oh, wait, we forgot. There's $700 million more that just magically appeared overnight to make us feel better about ourselves. The only conclusion we can draw here, and I wonder if the minister would agree, is that they are making up housing policy on the fly.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I will say is we stepped into a vacuum. There was no plan when we got into this, when I got into this portfolio. There was no concrete plan. The opposition says they have a plan. They operated on no plan. And I will say in an absolutely unprecedented event in 174 years of democratic history here, we had last night, we had the opposition not even show up for a recorded vote.
Order! Order, please. Please. I would ask the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to retract that, as I would hope that the majority of people in this chamber that have been here for a while know that you cannot address whether someone's present or absent in this chamber. Thank you. The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I understand that we cannot refer to individuals, but this is referring to the whole caucus and not to today, to a previous day.
I would kindly ask the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to just retract that statement.
I retract that statement.
And we'll move on.
Well done. Well done.
Roll the tape. We will move on to the Honourable Member. Would everyone like to move on? Okay. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say to the minister's point that I would say with a pretty high degree of confidence that Nova Scotians don't really care about who may or may not be here in the legislature. What they do care about, Madam Speaker, is having a roof over their heads an apartment they can afford, a home they might be able to buy at some point. What they do not want to hear is politicians sniping back and forth about this, that, and the other thing, and trying to give themselves credit for a plan that is old news and old ideas that is not working. I would ask the minister, when will he come forward with new ideas to make a difference in housing in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, as Madam Speaker, as the member says, we'll let Nova Scotians judge our actions. In terms of the what we are doing, I do want to point out that we just a week or two ago we announced a secondary suite program. I just want to say the interest in that program has been unprecedented. Nova Scotians are responding. They see something they can do. They think, yes, I can get a secondary suite in my home. I want to do that. So Nova Scotians see our actions, Madam Speaker. They are responding.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Yesterday, dozens of Nova Scotians joined the Ecology Action Centre to call on the government to bring the Coastal Protection Act into force. They describe the government's delays as recklessly irresponsible, and I'll table that. This act was passed with all party support, including by the Conservatives, who have inexplicably held the act into its 4th year of delay. Madam Speaker, can the Premier see that his irresponsible delays are leaving people and communities at risk in the face of increasing extreme weather?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Look, I do not see this as being irresponsible in any way. Listening and getting the authentic feedback of individuals who are mostly impacted by coastal erosion, that input is absolutely critical, and that's why we were undergoing a targeted consultation to 40,000 coastal property owners. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the feedback that we receive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, documents released under Freedom of Information show that the regulations were complete, waiting for Cabinet approval when the Minister ordered more consultations, and I'll table that. The majority of the submissions to these consultations, as well as hundreds of people who write to all of our offices, urge the government to enact the Act, except for a few, and I quote, "The handful of most vocal concerns contained in the documents came from people working for real estate companies or looking to buy or sell land." Will the Minister come clean about the real interests he is trying to protect in delaying the Coastal Protection Act?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, the interests we're trying to protect is Nova Scotians. And, Madam Speaker, in the previous rounds of consultations, we got feedback from municipalities and specialists and engineers. Great feedback we appreciate, but we didn't get a response. We didn't get clarity from coastal property owners. The opposition may choose not to listen. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, the government listens. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, another key part of the housing strategy that was announced on Monday was the housing needs assessment, which was quite interesting. If you look at it, you would know, as you read through this assessment, that it was complete and all the data was collected as of January of this year. And as we heard from the Premier and as we heard from the Minister, this is allegedly a government of action. So I would ask, why did they sit on this data for 10 months before releasing it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I can say is that we recognize the importance of that report, which we call the Turner-Drake report, and what we did do was offer to the municipalities, all 49 municipalities, their own data. We offered that months and months and months ago because we realized that that would be important in the Housing Accelerator Fund application process when they were applying for that and for other things. So we've given to the municipalities all the data which was generated. And in fact, we had unprecedented support and from the municipalities, and in that process of them working with the consultant that we hired to get that information. So that was an important thing. So to say that we held on to the information is not accurate at all. We wanted to release it with the housing strategy.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to point out the critical importance of transparency and accountability on these issues. So the minister said, and the media made note of this on Monday, that the housing needs assessment has been shared with all 49 municipalities. I agree, that is very, very important data. And so I would ask the minister, why did the government not proactively release all of that data to the public so that we have an accurate understanding of the shortfall here in the province, and we can judge this government on their actions and whether they succeed or fail on housing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I can say is that we did release the high-level report. In terms of the granular nature of 49 municipalities, we made a decision, rightly or wrongly, that we would give them that information, and in terms of the release of that information, that was up to them. The reason we did that was because of the amount of work and effort all our municipalities put into this study, and in respect for the fact that this is essentially, we paid for the study, but we're sharing that. This is their data. We wanted them to have that option, not us.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South on a new question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with respect, this is a provincial issue, a province-wide issue. I would expect the government to release that data province-wide, so at least we can assess the actions of this government. The final point I want to make, Madam Speaker, is about special planning areas, which is another key pillar, I would say, of the government's housing plan. As the minister announced to great fanfare about 18 months ago, about 22,000, 23,000 units of housing are supposed to be built in these special planning areas. I would ask the minister, as of today, how many units of those 22,000 have been built and are occupied?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, if you were to ask me when was the best time to have started build it, I would have said 3-4 years ago. All of this takes time. It took a year to get this going. We've had shovels in the ground, that's for sure. This is getting built out, but things take time. We were very clear in the special planning areas that we would respect the MPS and we would respect the permitting processes, which we have done with the special planning areas. We certainly have taken time off that it took. Like, we know that there was one development that was 7-8 years in the pipeline. There's actually people who I've heard of who sold, when they first heard it, sold their home like 10 years ago because they thought, that'll be built in a year and I'll move in. And it's still under construction, Madam Speaker. So we've shaved time off, but it still takes time.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister can correct me on this, but I assume the answer is 0, based on what we just heard. So if we can assume that 0 units have been built in 18 months, why on earth should Nova Scotians believe that this government can build 41,000 units over 5 years if they can build 0 in 18 months? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I will agree with the member. It is a generational challenge. It will be a challenge for every Nova Scotian, for all of our builders out there, all of our communities, all of our levels of government, our level of government, the municipal level, the federal level. This is an immense challenge for all of us, but it's a challenge we need to meet. We need to, for the reality is, for the first time in 102 years, last year, we actually lowered our median age. It's so incredibly important for us to open up the doors for people to come here, to get younger, to meet this challenge. And I would put that challenge out to every Nova Scotian. If there's things that you can do, then please do them. We need to meet this challenge. We recognize the daunting nature of it, but we are looking for support from all Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, we know that this government has relied heavily on nonprofits for addressing the homelessness and housing crisis. And nonprofits across the province continue to step up and help Nova Scotians to the best of their ability. This government took away the ability to receive density bonuses from the HRM, which has gone to fund affordable housing through 10 organizations for over $1.7 million, and the parkland at the Commons Seniors Complex development for about $1.1 million, which I'll table. While we agree that we need to reduce barriers to develop more housing, we also need to support nonprofits who have been working incredibly hard to create and support affordable housing. Since this government is taking over housing as their sole responsibility, my question is, will the government ensure that these nonprofits continue to receive funding since they axed this funding stream?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. The reality is one of the key recommendations in the May 2021 Affordable Housing Commission report was to lift the boat of community housing, of not-for-profit housing. That report made that recommendation. We heard it. The Community Housing Acquisition Program, which I referenced earlier, is gotten national attention for lifting the boat of not-for-profits like the Nova Scotia Housing Trust. We continue. We have the Community Housing Growth Fund. We've lifted the boat of community housing in Nova Scotia in an unprecedented way, and I'm incredibly proud of what we've done, and we've invested millions and millions and millions of dollars, upwards of $25 to $30 million, Madam Speaker, in that process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting that the plan that the Housing Minister criticized in a previous answer was what he was complimenting in this last answer. Madam Speaker, the ED of the Housing Trust of Nova Scotia called this plan a, quote, restatement of commitments. But this plan is, quote, not fast enough and not as great an impact as we need. And I can table that. She also stated that there needs to be more work with the nonprofit sector. The density bonus did give more money to nonprofits in the HRM. We know that our constituents rely heavily on the service that nonprofits give to the people in this province, and it's troubling that many may not receive the hundreds of thousands of dollars from the HRM anymore. My question to the minister, will the government commit to matching those funds for the next 2 fiscal years for nonprofits so more affordable housing needs are addressed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I'd like to thank the member for that question. I will say, don't forget, I was here in 2019, 2020, 21, and I remember very well, and this is a standard government move. If you don't want to do anything, if you're paralyzed, then commission a report. So for a year and a half prior to the Affordable Housing Commission report, when we asked questions about housing, it was, we've got a commission, we're doing a study. This is a standard government thing to do. We're not doing that. We're acting. We're taking action. We've made unprecedented investments in community housing, which have gotten national attention.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Education. Recent statements from the minister do not match the facts. Last week, the minister said she is not in support of waitlist fees that are plaguing parents searching for childcare. She also said that she's not aware of any centers who are doing this, and I'll table that. But we received an email from a parent in Dartmouth who was directed by a daycare this past weekend to pay a $200 non-refundable deposit in order to be added to their wait list with no guarantee of a space. I will note that the minister and her colleague, the member of Dartmouth East, were copied on this email. So my question is, there's no more denying that this is an issue. If the minister is not in support of child care centers issuing registration fees, as she said recently, why won't she ban them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I thank the member opposite as well for forwarding that email, and I did see it. I can say, Madam Speaker, that the practice of requiring parents to provide deposits for childcare is not consistent with the work that we are doing to provide affordable childcare to Nova Scotians, in line with the reduction of fees that we have already provided to Nova Scotians, reducing fees by half. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to let the member know that I've directed the department to look into this practice and provide options for what we can do to prevent it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was sent to the minister directly, and I received it because there was no response. So there is a way we can legislate things. That's what we do here. Madam Speaker, we have also recently heard from a teacher in Eastern Passage who reported that this government only provides her school a daily amount of 37 cents per child for the provision of food. 37 cents. As the teacher stated, there's no way that government funding is sufficient, and that breakfast programs themselves are logistically impossible with limited volunteers and time as a teacher volunteer. Does the minister maintain that any child who needs food in school gets school food, as she said earlier this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you, member opposite, for the question. So I want to be really clear. Our government spends millions of dollars to support our educators and volunteers and organizations across the province to ensure that there is food available in schools for children who need it. Madam Speaker, can we do more? Absolutely. We are working to do more. And that is why we've introduced pilot programs across the province to introduce additional food into schools on top of the breakfast programs that are provided and on top of the other programs that are provided. And Madam Speaker, I would also call upon the members opposite to join with our voices to the federal government to encourage them to stand up and support their promise, to follow through on their promise, to provide us with funding and support to create universal lunch programs in schools. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Residents of a shelter for women fleeing domestic abuse in Halifax were, actually it was in Dartmouth, were shocked when they recently received a letter indicating that they had 2 months to find permanent housing and leave Bryony House. Bryony House is the largest shelter in the province, housing up to 36 women and children. Its executive director, Monica Hintz, says 40 women and 20 children are currently on the wait list. And another advocate notes that women and children fleeing domestic violence are being turned away on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister of DCS and the Minister responsible for homelessness: where does he expect these women fleeing domestic violence to go?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And certainly we recognize challenges with homelessness, with people trying to find a place to live, and certainly, especially for people who are experiencing domestic violence, it's certainly an issue. Our department has worked really hard with our service providers to make sure that they provide the supports that our individuals need. And with respect to this situation itself, what I would say is, you know, there is a challenge that the government and certainly the department is looking into, and certainly, you know, we'll continue to look at it in the future. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, one woman at Bryony House said, quote, "I had been looking for at least a year prior to even having to leave my ex-partner's home. I've probably looked at least 150 to 200 places just in the last couple of months," unquote. Madam Speaker, the shelters are over capacity and have wait lists, and now women fleeing domestic violence cannot find a safe place to go. The Minister of Housing has said that women fleeing domestic violence are a priority, but they literally cannot find housing. So my question is to the Minister of Housing: when will his department make women fleeing domestic violence a top priority and support them with the housing they so desperately need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I can say is absolutely is a top priority for our government, and we have part of the rent sub program for victims of domestic violence. We have in public housing, we have a priority list for those fleeing violence. We realize that's still waitlisted. I know that's a problem, but they are an absolute priority, and one of the things we're doing in public housing is often the families fleeing domestic violence need 3-4 bedroom homes. We don't have a lot. The reality is most of our units in public housing are not 3-4 bedroom, they're 1 bedroom. So that's why one of the things we're doing in public housing, which is part of the major overhaul of public housing that is in progress right now, is we're working on overhousing.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia is leading the nation on being the most unaffordable province, and that is no different when it comes to our students. Tuition for students has once again gone up this year, and I'll table that. And yet, we have not seen action from this government on housing for university students. While supporting students at our NSCC campuses is a great thing, students at other post-secondary institutions are still waiting for support from this government. They said they are a government of action, but what we have seen is inaction when it comes to housing for university students. Will the Minister of Advanced Education now follow his colleagues' lead and announce the promised and overdue student housing strategy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for that very important question. Madam Speaker, students are always at the forefront of everything that we do. I've had the pleasure of visiting every university, every NSCC across the province to speak with students. I do realize that students need appropriate housing, that students need to find a place that they can be safe and comfortable and concentrate on their studies. Madam Speaker, we acted very early. We acted with 3 announcements for Nova Scotia Community College student housing projects. We continue to invest. We invested $5 million into the Tartan Downs project in Cape Breton, $3 million at the Atlantic School of Theology. Madam Speaker, we are a government of action, not of making plans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, when talking about what they've done for students, this government tends to forget to mention the multiple university campuses across the province. CBU students can't find housing, DAL and SMU students can't find housing, Acadia and X students can't find housing, and the list goes on. The minister said they are working on the strategy still. Table this, which is again a different tune from what was said by this government just a week ago. So my question to the minister, can he once and for all tell us when students will be getting this housing strategy? A date would be very helpful.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the follow-up question. Madam Speaker, we continue to look for ways to ensure that students and all Nova Scotians have an affordable, have a place to live. And we are in tune. Minister Laura and I sing together all the time, Madam Speaker. We are in tune. We created a program through Happy Pad, where Happy Pad is working with housing, working with seniors, long-term care, where buildings are already there. It takes time to build, but we already have. Madam Speaker, I can't even hear myself.
Order. Order. Please continue. Minister of Advanced Education.
We have vacancies right across this province from one end to the next. Happy Pad is one of the solutions that we've introduced that is going to make a difference for students. Thank you.
Just order. Just to remind members not to use first names in the House, as well proper names, and as well for everyone to realize, and I know you all know this is the Progressive Conservative Party of Nova Scotia, not the Conservative. This is the Liberal Party of Nova Scotia, and this over here is the NDP Party of Nova Scotia. New Democratic Party. Whichever you prefer. Let's get it straight and let's stick to what the proper names are. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Housing. Seniors deserve to live with dignity and respect. Many of them are struggling to make ends meet due to the ever-increasing costs of rent and food. The federal government gave modest increases in OAS and GIS. However, we have found, at least in our area, that what the feds giveth, the province taketh away. Recently, seniors have been coming to my office asking why their rental subsidy was decreased. Upon investigation of one case in particular, it determined the following. A gentleman's total income went up by $108 annually, but his rent subsidy decreased and totaled over $1,260. So he actually lost over $400. My question to the minister is, will he make a commitment to this senior in particular, Gerald Carter, rent subsidy, and reinstate his previous rental subsidy? Thank you.
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I can't comment on a specific case, and I really don't know any of the details. And I would certainly invite the member to give me the details later so I can have my staff look into that specific case. What I can say is we have made changes to the Rent Sup program was a federal cost-shared program. When we started that program, we were working with the federal parameters. We're now into it. The feds are putting about 10 million in. We're putting about 42 million in. So it's our program now. We're committed to it. We made changes to the federal guidelines for seniors. Not only that, we're working hard, Madam Speaker. We've put in another, for instance, and I haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk about it, but for seniors who own their own homes, we've made massive investments in increases in the homeowner repair program as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will table consent forms from Mr. Gerald Carter as well as Henry Pellerin, who are two fine older gentlemen that came to see me and were very concerned and thought there must have been a mistake. So I will table those documents. And it would be great if the minister would contact them and reinstate the money, because when the federal government give an increase in GIS and OAS, the province should not be taking that money from them. The seniors in this province should not be losing money because the federal government are willing to give them a modest increase. In Cumberland County, we have the highest number of seniors. We also have the highest level of poverty in seniors, and people are hurting. People are literally calling me on the phone and crying. Will the minister commit to making changes in the rental subsidy so our seniors in Cumberland throughout Nova Scotia will stop losing money from the money that the feds give it and the province take it away?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question again. What I can say is these rental sub programs are predicated on income levels, and the amount of assistance is this is a standard thing we do. So if income levels change, then the calculation changes as part of the program. We simply have to do. I will say too that I know that the vast number of your seniors in your area would own their own homes. Is why I was referencing the home repair program. But we've topped that up by about almost $13 million to $31 million, simply because we saw the incredible demand, and that's the program that seniors can use to get roofs and done and furnaces fixed.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Community Services. The former minister told this chamber, quote, "There has not been one organization that has come to DCS looking for help that has been denied. If you need help to provide food at nonprofit organizations, we will be there for you," end quote. And I'll table. Colchester Community Support Society, like many other food banks, is struggling to keep up with unprecedented demand. 29% of those are children. However, when they turned to the department for assistance earlier this year, they were told there would be no more funding. Why is this government refusing to help Nova Scotians, and does the minister stand behind this funding decision?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And certainly, we know, that cost of living and affordability are certainly challenging, and it's impacting a lot of Nova Scotians. And certainly, we have seen an increase in food insecurity in the province. And certainly, our government has provided supports in a number of different ways. Just in December of 2022, we provided $3 million to over 250 agencies.
Order, please. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the official opposition on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Housing misquoted me and did not even table a document to substantiate that. I would ask that you make a ruling, and as usual, when a member is quoted, there has to be a document that's tabled to substantiate that.
If I recall correctly, it was paraphrasing, but I certainly will have a look at that and get back to you. But I'm pretty sure it was paraphrasing, but I will certainly look into it. Okay? Okay, we will now begin opposition business, recognizing the honourable leader for the official opposition. Or honourable House Leader, sorry, for the official opposition.
No thanks.
Yeah.
I get enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to start opposition business today with Bill number 326, the Residential Tenancies Act, an act to amend respecting administration and enforcement.
Thank you. I recognize public bills for second reading. I recognize number 326, Residential Tenancies Act, an act to amend respecting administration and enforcement. And I will now recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and very happy to rise today to speak to this very important bill, Bill number 326, Residential Tenancies Act amended, which was introduced earlier in this session by the Leader of the Official Opposition, and a very similar bill that I introduced as well about a year ago now in our fall session in 2022. As we heard about just a few moments ago in question period, of course, and we all know that the housing crisis is ongoing, it's severe, it impacts everyone in Nova Scotia, no matter where you live. And as we've heard from the minister responsible and others, there's about 300,000 Nova Scotians who are renters. So, about 30% of the population is renters. And this piece of legislation directly would help all of those people, whether they actively use the system or not. So what this bill does is it establishes what we would call a compliance and enforcement division within residential tenancies. And the current situation, as all three parties, I think, generally agree on, is that the enforcement system, if I can call it that, within residential tenancies is ineffective, slow, convoluted, expensive, intimidating at times for tenants as well, and for landlords, I should say, and just not functional would be the overall approach. And this bill would follow the lead of other provinces that have taken this issue on. Ontario, for example, which has a very effective and fairly simple compliance and enforcement division for residential tenancies. So I'm assuming that all of us at one point in time in our lives, if not currently, have been renters, and I'm sure as well many of us from time to time have come into conflicts with our landlord. Perhaps we have a dispute about return of a security deposit. I know that's happened to me. Perhaps there's an issue with damage or repairs, or perhaps in a worst case scenario you might be fighting what you perceive to be an unlawful eviction. And that can be extremely stressful and scary, especially when we're dealing with a situation, as we all know, where the vacancy rate in Nova Scotia is hovering around 1%, and in parts of HRM, less than that. So it's not like 10, 20 years ago where if you ran into a dispute with a landlord, you could say, okay, this is not a good relationship, this is not working, let's find the apartment down the street for the same price, and you could move fairly quickly and fairly easily. That is certainly no longer the case, and I think that we need to recognize that circumstances have changed and times have changed when it comes to disputes between landlords and tenants. And again, what really confuses me about this debate is that there seems to be a pretty high degree of consensus between all three parties. I don't want to speak for the independent member, but perhaps the independent member as well, that there needs to be something done here. And the minister has acknowledged that in the House as well. He has said when we introduced this bill a year ago that this is certainly something that was on his department's radar. And our understanding through media reports on this issue as well is that there has been a report commissioned and produced, as far as we know, outlining what a compliance and enforcement unit in Nova Scotia would look like. We have the CBC article here from October 19th, 2023. Very, very relevant here. We see the opening comments, the Nova Scotia government will not introduce legislation this fall to create a residential tenancy compliance and enforcement unit, meaning it will miss the timeline recommended in a report it commissioned on the issue. So the government commissions a report on this issue. The report, as far as we know, and again, we haven't seen it, unfortunately, and I would urge the government to release this report as soon as possible. We have a report sitting here somewhere on the minister's desk, I assume, saying go ahead and create this enforcement division within a set time period, and this will lead to resolutions much faster between tenants and landlords and give people peace of mind and allow people to stay where they are living, which of course is really important when we're dealing with huge rental increases, because we know that although we do have a rent cap in Nova Scotia, if you're moving from unit to unit, that rent cap will no longer apply. So it's to be expected that if you were to move from one apartment to another because of a dispute with your landlord, you could easily see your rent going up 20, 30, 40, 50% or more. So the need for tenants to stay in their existing units is more important probably than it ever has been. And the minister's response on this has been a bit confusing. In this CBC article here, which I will table at the conclusion of my remarks, the minister says that creating the unit is, quote, on the radar of the department, but right now the focus is on an awareness and education campaign about the rights and responsibilities of tenants and landlords. And to be honest, that's fine, of course. Education campaign is useful, but that doesn't by any means replace the real teeth and the real impact that a tenancies enforcement division would have. And the minister says again, quote, it is complex, meaning enforcement. It impacts many, many Nova Scotians. We agree, as I said at the beginning, 300,000 Nova Scotians at least who are renters. And we want to make sure that we're getting it right. Again, for a government that talks about action and speed and doing things as quickly as they possibly can, there are lots of circumstances where we don't see that, and this is one. This is a very good example. I introduced the legislation on this topic about a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, October of 2022. The Leader of the Opposition has introduced this piece of legislation in this session. So we're talking about a year here, and we're not talking about a brand new system, the first of its kind in Canada, that would cost hundreds of millions of dollars to operate and administer. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about a system that exists in other provinces that we could essentially copy and paste, bring to Nova Scotia, and bring a lot of clarity and peace of mind for tenants and landlords alike. And I think that is a really important point that, that I would like to highlight as well, is that in my experience being the housing critic here for the Liberal Party, as you might expect, tenants and landlords don't always agree on issues. They're coming at it from different perspectives, and we understand that, and that's not surprising. But this issue of enforcement is actually one of the few issues I've come across where there is broad consensus, not just within political parties, apparently, but also within the tenants' rights groups and the landlord advocacy groups. So again, we have another CBC article here that I'll table at the conclusion as well. We have some comments here from Kevin Russell, who I'm sure many of us have interacted with. He's the executive director of the Investment Property Owners Association of Nova Scotia, or IPONS, as many of us would know them as. And Mr. Russell is quoted as saying, quote, "We were hoping that the compliance and enforcement unit would move forward." He says, "It is sorely needed to resolve landlord-tenant issues, particularly with issues of serial repeat offenders of the Residential Tenancies Act." And that's an important point. I think we all recognize that the vast majority of tenants and the vast majority of landlords are doing the right thing. They're trying to find a place to live, or if they're a landlord, they're trying to provide a place to live for people that, that they can afford. But as with any situation or any system where you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of people, there are going to be people who abuse and break the rules. And unfortunately, in a tenant-landlord relationship, there can often be an imbalance of power. And the person who has less power in the situation can often be the tenant. And so when you're presented with issues, it can be very confusing and overwhelming to figure out how you deal with that. And so I just see a lack of urgency on this particular issue from this government, and again, a lack of transparency. As we know, from August of this year, CBC has obtained the report from a consultant recommending that the new Compliance and Enforcement Division should be in place by next March, so March 2024. And of course, that timeline, as I mentioned earlier, would require that legislation on this topic be introduced now in this session. And it appears very likely that the government is done with legislation. We can always hold out hope for more, particularly this piece, but it seems unlikely as the days go by. So it seems almost certain that we will miss the deadline to actually meet what the consultant said would be required. And as we've heard today and in previous days from the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs and from the Premier, there are massive, ongoing structural issues in the housing sphere. And it's not solved overnight. It takes a huge amount of resources and money to build housing. We understand that. But one thing that doesn't take a massive amount of resources or money is to create this Compliance and Enforcement Division. And again, we're not reinventing the wheel here, and there are lots of activities in Nova Scotia that are enforced quite strictly. Hunting, as an example. There are compliance officers within natural resources and renewables that make sure that Nova Scotians follow the rules when it comes to hunting seasons. Fishing is another one. Environment. I know the Minister, there he is, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change would know. A major enforcement division within that department that does really important and critical work. And I wouldn't dispute that. So we have enforcement for hunting and fishing and environmental protection. Motor vehicles, yes, another good example. All of which are important spheres in life. I wouldn't dispute that. But where you live has got to be way up there in terms of the most important spheres of activity. And yet, for some reason in Nova Scotia, we have created a system where this incredibly important part of life, where you live, is really not regulated or enforced in any meaningful way. There have been many news reports that I've read where people, tenants in some cases, are being bounced back and forth between the Residential Tenancies Division. They're waiting weeks for hearings. Maybe somebody might not show up. Maybe things need to be rescheduled. If they do get a judgment, there can be an appeal to a small claims court. Sometimes they're going to police or sheriffs as a first point. And everybody is kind of pointing at everybody else and saying, no, it's your responsibility. No, it's your responsibility. And that leads to delays, that leads to confusion, that leads to stress. And we hear from all of them. Exactly. And we hear from all of those different actors in the system saying to us, pleading with us, really, to do something about it. And in this chamber, I recognize that often we have sharp disagreements of policy, and that's great. That's the point of us being here in a lot of ways. But we should also recognize where there are areas of agreement. And again, I'm confused on this because this certainly does seem to be an area of agreement between the opposition, the third party, and at least rhetorically speaking, the government, because the government has said some nice positive things about wanting to do this. They've spent money, I don't know how much, but I assume thousands and thousands of dollars to have a consultant do up a great report, I'm sure, on this issue, and yet that sits behind closed doors, and we do not hear anything further other than that they will not move on this issue this sitting. And so I think this is one issue that on the housing file we will continue to push for, advocate for, and make sure that the 300,000 Nova Scotians who are renters and all 55 of us in this chamber would have hundreds and hundreds, and in some cases thousands. I know in my case, for sure, in Bedford South, the majority of my constituents are renters, and I'm sure that's the case in many other constituencies here. These people deserve protection, they deserve certainty, they deserve the comfort of knowing that if, on an off chance, they get into a dispute with their landlord, they have means to have easy and quick redress. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will move second reading of Bill 326. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, I just want to recognize a friend from Pictou West that's sitting in the West Gallery. Ben McLean, if you would stand and take a warm welcome from the House. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to rise and speak to Bill 326, and happy that the Liberals have called this bill today to be debated. You know, in the current discussion around housing, this idea of an enforcement branch of the Residential Tenancies Office is a really important one, and we know that it's being called for by kind of all sides of the situation, by landlord groups and tenants groups, because both will benefit and it will help everyone. It's one of the biggest puzzles of the government's approach to the housing crisis of late. It's a simple, straightforward idea that is in place in lots of other jurisdictions, as my colleague has said, and both landlords and tenants organizations are calling for it. For example, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives recently recommended in the report Keys to a Housing Secure Future that government, quote, set up a compliance and enforcement division for the Residential Tenancy Act by providing funding for enforcement and compliance officers to ensure that rent control is enforced, as well as health and safety standards and accessibility standards for housing. These officers need to be distributed to ensure coverage in each county, ensuring there are minimum provincial standards and no contravening municipal regulations. Tenants in British Columbia and Ontario have protection of these enforcement mechanisms, Madam Speaker. There are dedicated units unique to the residential tenancies programs. And of course, in each province, the residential tenancy program is going to be a little different from each one. And so the response with these individual branches are, homemade for each province. They work in tandem with their respective boards. They create a fairer system for everyone in regions like ours where the housing market is competitive and tight. They can levy fines, and much like the minister is, they are focused on education around the rules. And this makes a lot of sense for our minister and for the situation in general. Yes, let's begin with education. But in times when education doesn't necessarily do the trick, there's also fine levying abilities and enforcement abilities. And this is what we're saying. Our minister loves to insist that the system is working perfectly and that people should simply apply to the board if they have an issue with their landlord. Well, that is all well and good, Madam Speaker, except that the system is not working perfectly, and there is an inherent imbalance in the relationship between landlord and tenant and the Residential Tenancies Board. So in a perfect world, yes, someone could go and make a complaint against their landlord. A landlord could go and make a complaint against a tenant. It would be investigated, and then a decision would be made, and that decision would be lived out enforced. Whether that means someone gets evicted for some reason, or whether that means a landlord has to, you know, fix a broken sink or a broken floor or get a window replaced. We know that in this tight housing market, Madam Speaker, and we don't need to reiterate this, but I will because we're talking about it. Vacancy rates in Nova Scotia are some of the lowest in the country, and in HRM, the lowest in the country. The vacancy rates are like off the charts low in certain areas of HRM. And so landlords, and of course I will say to everyone, not all landlords, but goodness me, quite a lot of landlords are using the low vacancy rate to their advantage. So we know, I know, in a week in my office, I will have a couple of situations where people are afraid to go after something that they are legally allowed to have according to their lease. For instance, working taps. Like, I'll just use this as an example. Working taps. Not too much to ask for, Madam Speaker, but I have had people come into my office that say, my landlord says I have to call a plumber and pay for those working taps. And then so they don't because they don't have any money, or they do and it's going to be like hundreds of dollars the landlord will pay. It goes, I mean, bed bugs, I could use it as another example. I've got bed bugs. The landlord says I have to pay for the exterminator. That's actually not true in the case of your lease. So it goes on and on and on. And landlords can do this because there is nowhere to go. So people will not complain. And if people do complain, they find themselves targeted. I have a friend who makes good money, who rents, who pays $30 a month for a pet fee. And I said, that's not allowed. And they said, well, we do it because we don't want our landlord to think that we're complaining and then kick us out for some other reason. Like, honestly, like this is the situation we're in. And the minister says that everything is working perfectly. It is not working perfectly. But if we had an enforcement branch of residential tenancies, it would work a heck of a lot better. So the minister's idea that things are working perfectly ignores a few major facts. One, that the law is not fair. Two, that this is why we have attempted to put forward simple changes like closing the fixed-term lease loophole. The minister will say, oh, well, the fixed-term leases are you know, really important for certain people for certain reasons. Yes, and every landlord that has a new tenant come in now almost exclusively will use a fixed-term lease, which is not the intended use of a fixed-term lease, but they do it anyway. Because then they can control the rents and they can control who's in their apartments, you know, getting around the Residential Tenancies Act. In other cases, people are deliberately not following the law. And I've already said this, for example, withdrawing maintenance as a way to pressure a tenant into leaving, or just, basically yes, making it less fun or less good to live in that situation. Often landlords will lie about needing a unit for themselves or a family member in order to evict a tenant. In those cases, it's virtually impossible to enforce a penalty on that. Enforcement is badly needed in this system, along with strict penalties for abuse. And that goes both ways. Strict penalties both ways. The minister wants people to use the existing process, but let's go over how that's supposed to go. Currently, if a landlord and a tenant can't resolve a dispute on their own, they make an application to the director. Then that leads to mediation, and if that doesn't work, a residential tenancies hearing is called for. Evidence is submitted to the residential tenancies officer assigned to the case, who then makes a decision called an order of the director within 2 weeks of the hearing. Then the parties have 10 days to appeal the decision, which would move the dispute from residential tenancies to the Nova Scotia Small Claims Court. If the appeal window passes, the order can be enforced through the Small Claims Court. Many people don't understand this process if they have no help to get them through the process, but that is the process. But it can take months and can cost hundreds of dollars and still be ineffective. So there's also a fine built into the Residential Tenancies Act meant to punish a party for disobeying an order of the director. But get this, Madam Speaker, it's never been levied. Yeah. So what is the point? And the bottom line is that it is often very difficult to enforce rulings from the board, which is why virtually everyone except the government seems to support a better enforcement system as a solution to many residential tenancies issues. Hello. So, getting back to the sort of thinking about enforcement, there was a report. A government issued a tender, prepared a consultant report on the idea, but now we don't know what's going on with the report, or they won't move on the issue. We do know that the report said that this needs to be in place by March of next year, meaning it would need to be passed this sitting. Because by March of next year, we'll be into a different sitting, who knows when exactly, and there will be not time. But mind you, we could be called back for an emergency session, Madam Speaker. That's happened before. We could come back later in December to pass this kind of legislation. I would suggest that, Madam Speaker, is actually a good use of an emergency session. I'd be happy to come back if we were going to bring in this kind of legislation. So from that document, complainants and other interested parties feel that there are no consequences for repeated or egregious violations of the Residential Tenancy Act, and the director's orders can be difficult or impossible to enforce. Madam Speaker, the investment property owners of Nova Scotia, who, by the way, love to vilify the New Democratic Party, who hasn't, by the way, made housing policy in 10 years, Madam Speaker. We haven't done anything in 10 years because we haven't been in government, but still it's our fault. Everything is our fault that's happening in residential tenancies right now. Anyway, that's beside the point. The Investment Property Owners Association of Nova Scotia and tenant advocates groups like Dalhousie Legal Aid agree on it. They basically, that makes this basically the unicorn of policy ideas, a sure win for the government. Joanne Hussey says that she was a Dalhousie legal aid worker. I think we know there are repeat offenders in the system, whether they're tenants or landlords. And so having a proactive body that looks at this to be able to actually enforce the rules that already exist in the Residential Tenancies Act is really important. Kevin Russell, Executive Director at the Investment Property Owners Association of Nova Scotia, we were hoping that the Compliance and Enforcement Unit would move forward. It is sorely needed to resolve landlord-tenant issues, particularly with issues of serial repeat offenders of the Residential Tenancies Act. In closing, Madam Speaker, this is a win-win-win situation. It is a great mystery, Madam Speaker, why the government is extra slow and secretive about what is happening with this idea. Why are we not seeing legislation in this session, this session, about getting a residential tenancies enforcement branch? We're here. God knows we're here till midnight every night. We could actually pass some very useful legislation. I urge this government to stop delaying and act on this now. It's a vote getter, Madam Speaker. It will get them many supporters from all sides of the renting spectrum. Let's do it. We're here anyway. I call on the minister to table some legislation tomorrow. Get it passed by next Friday. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would love for the member opposite to table where the minister has always spoken that everything, constantly speaking that everything's perfect, because every time I hear the minister stand up to speak, it's always on how the tenancy board works to share the system with them, but I find it hard to understand why it was explained so perfectly there. We are always working to ensure the residential tenancy program supports the needs of both the tenants and the landlords. The rental environment is always changing. And with that comes new challenges and, yes, sometimes new opportunities. Madam Speaker, it is clear that our government has been evaluating the creation of compliance and enforcement unit for the residential tenancy program. Governments meet regularly with both tenant and landlord organizations. And they've told us this is something they'd like to see implemented in Nova Scotia. We also know It's something that only a few other provinces have done, and we're evaluating whether that's the best step for Nova Scotia to take. We also know that just because something exists in another province doesn't mean it works well or that it will work well for Nova Scotians. We are focused on a made in Nova Scotia solution for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. Creating a new enforcement system is complicated, although I've heard here earlier that it wasn't, but it is. It's complicated, and we need to take the time to do it right. But the housing crisis we're currently, and other provinces and other countries are currently facing, won't be solved by creating an enforcement unit. Madam Speaker, we wish that were the case. We are with a 1% average vacancy rate throughout the province. We need more housing. That's period. We need more housing. We need more affordable housing. We need more shelter supports for those who are unhoused and for those who are renting. We need to make sure they know what their rights are so they're prepared to stand up for themselves if they need to. Madam Speaker, under the leadership of this Premier and this government, the ministers, we are a government of action, and we are taking decisive actions on each and every one of those things. For example, Madam Speaker, the first new public housing units, should I stop so they can? Madam Speaker, the first new public housing units to be built in over 30 years, resulting in over 220 units in communities throughout Nova Scotia, a brand new tiny home community in Lower Sackville, a first of its kind in Nova Scotia, a 3 pilot program to incent building new secondary and backyard suites, eliminating the provincial portion of HST from new multi-unit apartment construction, accelerating growth within Nova Scotia skilled trade sector, cutting red tape to get housing built within Halifax Regional Municipality, supports for home sharing programs that make it easier for people to rent out their spare bedrooms. And it makes it easier for newcomers, for students, healthcare professionals to find immediate housing. Changing the rules for short-term rentals to encourage transition back to long-term housing markets, adding more long-term care spaces. I can't help it, you're smiling at me. I just gotta smile back at you, Madam Speaker. 200 module shelters to support people who need a place to live. More funding for three new overnight shelters in Amherst, Bridgewater, and HRM. All part of this strategic plan that this Premier and government is doing. And I'm gonna go on. And more support for 11 service providers that help Nova Scotians in need. These are just a few examples, Madam Speaker, of the strategic plan that we are doing. It's all part of our new housing strategy entitled Our Homes, Actions for Housing. We're investing over $1 billion over 5 years to increase housing supply, grow and sustain affordable housing, and deliver housing programs Nova Scotians need. But, Madam Speaker, our government is taking action on all fronts to address the housing crisis. We've changed the Residential Tenancy Act to offer stronger protections for tenants against rent evictions. And we've extended the rent cap, which we know is offering existing tenants protection against large rent increases. Madam Speaker, this bill asks us to educate landlords and tenants about their rights and responsibility, but we already do that. Our website has a great deal of useful information, including our renting guidelines, which are available in 5 different languages. We launched an education and awareness campaign earlier this year and have continued in this fall. We are looking for ways to improve our residential tenancy program, ensuring that residential tenancy program is supporting the needs of both tenants and landlords remains an important issue for our government. But on its own, creating appliance and enforcement division will not solve the housing crisis. It's coordinated action targeted investments, and bold, quick action that will make a difference to Nova Scotians who need a safe place to call home. That's what our government is doing, Madam Speaker, with all the initiatives I've mentioned today, with the amount of meetings we've had with both landlords and tenants, tackling these challenges head on and delivering more faster for Nova Scotians. That's what we're trying to do, Madam Speaker. Sorry, habit. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we are doing. And you can see this over and over again. There is no easy button for this issue. This is all the prongs that I have said here today, that the ministers, that the premiers, that other MLAs have said. It's working together to make this happen. It's not just jumping. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will sit down, and I thank you all for your time.
Good job, Dave.
Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I would expect that probably every single member of this House has at some point, even those who have been elected on their first term, have had someone in their constituency come into their office and speak to them about an issue they had either with a landlord or with a tenant. It's not an isolated incident. It happens all the time. And this is not the first time this particular issue has come to the attention of the House. It's not the first time in this particular Parliament that the issue has come to the attention of this House. And in fact, we did have a debate on this particular issue last fall, where a number of things were said, and I'm going to talk about some of those things. But one of the things we keep hearing over and over about Nova Scotia's residential tenancy system is that it's ineffective. We hear this over and over again. Whether you're a landlord, whether you're a tenant, it's ineffective. I would say that it's broken. Because the fact of the matter is, if you have an issue with residential, with a landlord or with a tenant, good luck on getting a resolution. Any redress takes forever. And for some people don't have forever with some of these. People, you know, I was thinking about some articles that I had read in recent years on both sides of the issue, whether you're concerned about what landlords are doing or what tenants are doing. And, you know, I remembered one from 2019. A landlord out thousands from one tenant. And this tenant just didn't just do it to him. He did it over and over again to different landlords. He would pay 1 month and then he'd stop paying. And you can't get, if you're a landlord and you have a bad tenant, you can't get your money out of them. Thank you. And then we often see articles in either the paper or online or on radio. We hear it on radio and we see it on television from people who are having difficulty getting their landlords to live up to their end of the bargain. And we've heard some of those comments here today. You know, people being told they have to pay an extra fee to have a pet, or you have to fix your own taps, or you have to pay for bed bugs to be removed. That is not the role of the tenant. It's the role of the landlord. So there are continuing issues. And not having access to water when you're in any kind of home is an issue. And so I looked at some of what was said last fall, and I'm gonna talk to that. One of the things we keep hearing from this government is that they're a government of action. How many times did we hear it today in question period? We just heard it from the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's. But this is a particular file that we are not seeing a great amount of action on. And I will just say that I saw a quote the other day that said, laws without consequences are merely suggestions. And that's what we have here right now in Nova Scotia. We have a system that's a lot of suggestions because there's no way to enforce a lot of the rulings that come out from residential tenancies if you should actually get through that process, they have a backlog of about a year for those particular complaints. So good luck on that. And I see the minister kind of squinting at me saying, no, that can't be right, but I've got it here in the document, so I will table that. But what I will...
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As much as I really enjoy my opportunity to be in my seat, I think that's unparliamentary to point the absence or presence of a member. So thank you very much.
Sustained. I will remind members that they cannot address in this House whether or not a member is present or not present, even by indicating, I see that their hair is blue today, or right? So we have to hold our remarks to ourselves with regards to making comments about one another. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
For the benefit of the minister, should he choose to read the article, I will table the article that indicates that the residential tenancies backlog is a year. I think that that does not flout those rules, which I do not in any way intend to do so. So if we look at this whole business of we are a government of action, we are a government of action, we keep hearing that over and over again, but on this particular file, they're not a government of action. I would say on a number of files they're not a government of action, but on this particular file they are not a government of action. And I would say that in this particular case, actions actually do speak louder than words. Because from a debate last fall on a similar bill, we heard a number of statements from the minister. And he said things like, on this matter, I want to reassure the members of this House and all Nova Scotians that the work has already begun on a compliance and enforcement unit for the residential tenancies program. Conversations have been ongoing for months now at the department. As I indicated previously to the media, staff have done their internal work, looking at what's being done across the country. And then he went on to say how we deliver this has to be timely, I would note, effective and sustainable. He noted a couple of weeks ago, quote, we posted a request for an external consultant to support my department in looking at the creation, design, and implementation of a residential tenancies compliance and enforcement unit. And then he went on to say, it's imperative that we understand the entirety of the potential impacts on Nova Scotians. That's why, to recognize that we do not want to further delay this years down the road, within a few months, the department is expected to have a report in hand to further guide the decision-making that will be made at the department and within our government to best position Nova Scotia to have a compliance and enforcement division that meets the needs of both tenants and landlords, end quote. So I just want to point out that we've had this conversation before. Where is it? Where is the legislation? Where is this compliance unit? It is not here. There is no action. There has been a consultant's report. It's been in the government hands for months, not released to the public. And I'll table that first document that I was reading from. A CBC report from August 30th says a report commissioned by the provincial government is recommending the creation of a residential tenancy compliance, surprise, surprise. And they've had the report for months, but they have so far refused to release it. Documents obtained by the CBC said that this compliance unit should be in place by March of next year. And then it goes on to note, a timeline that would almost certainly require government to introduce legislation during the upcoming fall sitting of the legislature. Well, we're here, folks, and what is it this time? 6 bills, 7 bills, whatever, handful of bills are making their way through, and there is no bill from the government. Now, they could take our bill. They don't want to take our bill, but they could take our bill and pass that bill. If this government were truly concerned about this issue, if they were truly a government of action, we would see action. But we are left with one conclusion because we do not see action. We see talk, we hear talk, but we do not see action. And, you know, reaction, and then indeed, the minister did confirm that NS government not moving ahead with a residential tenancy enforcement unit this year. So I guess that is some kind of action to confirm that you're not going to take any action. After saying it was on the radar, after saying that they're aware, they decided not to do anything. Now, we do have a commitment from the minister that he will bring forward legislation to create a unit, quote, at a future date. But we all know what that means. That means maybe later or maybe never. But it is not action, it is not now. And it is not what the consultants suggested. And so then, of course, predictably, the folks involved in the housing industry had comments about that, and they're not happy, I have to say. And I should table that. Another article from CBC, advocates disappointed Nova Scotia won't legislate tenancy enforcement unit this year. The head of the investment property owner said, we were hoping the compliance and enforcement unit would move forward. It is sorely needed to resolve landlord-tenant issues. And over at Dalhousie Legal Aid, we heard from another person involved in the housing issue, Katie Brousseau, a community legal worker, and she said, we've seen the province choose to prioritize increasing its powers over the municipality as opposed to providing targeted and enforceable protections that Nova Scotians desperately need. And she said it was incredibly disappointing. And here it is. In her view, she said the decision means further increasing the backlog of the residential tenancies process, which has complainants waiting up to a year for a hearing as it is. So there is that particular line in the story, and I can table that too. So here we are, having another discussion about having an enforcement unit. But again, there is no enforcement unit. There is no legislation from the government. Again, we'd be happy to have you use ours. But I would say, actions speak louder than words. And you can say over and over and over again, we are a government of action. But if you don't take action, and I sure hope nobody was playing the drinking game at home today while they were watching Question Period, because every time somebody said government of action, I mean, somebody would be like lying on the floor right now. They said it so many times. But just saying something over and over again doesn't make it so. This government has not been a government of action on this file. Nova Scotians are having difficulty finding housing. And we often hear the government say, well, we're going to do an education component instead. We're going to start that right now. An education component is no substitute for an enforcement unit. And the reason is this. You have to do education all the time around landlord-tenant issues. You have new renters coming into the market all the time. There are people who are selling their houses and they're renting if they can find a place to rent. But they have to do that. They have to know what their rights are. So you have new people coming into the market. You have young people who are moving out of their parents' homes and they're moving into the market. They need to know what to do with their landlord as well. They need to know what their rights are. It should be a given that we are educating renters and landlords every year. It is not a substitute for enforcement. You know, we all have so many cases. I had a case of seniors not in my writing. It was a whole little development there. And they would not complain that their landlord was demanding bigger increases than the cap allowed because they were afraid they would lose their housing. And that's the kind of thing that happens over and over again. And that is the reason why we need an enforcement unit. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat.
I recognize the Deputy House Leader for the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, and I move that we close debate, we adjourn debate on Bill 326, the Residential Tenancies Act.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill number 326, Residential Tenancies Act, to amend 326, yes. That's okay. The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill number 326. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you call Bill 349 the Heating Rebate Expansion Act.
Public bills for second reading. Bill number 349, Heating Rebate Program Expansion Act. I recognize the honourable member for Westmount, Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great pleasure of mine to get up and speak to this very important bill that we're putting before the House for discussion. Bill 349 reinstates the heating assistance rebate program as it was last year. Madam Speaker, when we look at last year's implementation of the heating rebate program, it was expanded from an original amount of $2,000 or $200, pardon me, to $1,000, which was a very welcome rebate program. I know in my community, we filled out hundreds of these applications in our office alone, and I know other MLA offices probably did the same thing. People really needed this at that particular time as the cost of living in Nova Scotia had gone through the roof, and we looked at implementing the senior care grant and helping people fill that out, then the heating assistance rebate. People got $200, and then they got another $800 to bring them up to $1,000. And the beauty of this program was that the income limit was expanded to $85,000. And I know at the time the government indicated that this was a one-time increase to the income limit and to the rebate amount. But Mr. Speaker, today I would argue that as a province we're in a worse position than we were this time last year. It's just beginning to get cold. Furnaces are just beginning to be turned on, and people are in my office wondering how they're going to heat their homes this year. There's true, honest worry from, and it's not just from seniors, but seniors are a big part of it. Seniors, young families, working families. They're struggling to make ends meet, and the fact that this heating rebate has been reduced by 40% over last year. And we're going to hear the government say, but we increased it, we tripled it. We tripled it from its original amount of $200. True. True, you did triple it from its original amount of $200. But it's not enough. It's a reduction. People were counting on this income to heat their homes. It's not even a full tank of oil at $1,000. People were counting on this because why would they expect that anything would change over the previous year when the economy has not changed? The cost of living has not changed. As a matter of fact, it's probably gotten worse. The highest inflation, the highest rents, and now those that need it the most, we're reducing the amount that they can receive from $1,000 down to $600. Not only that, but we're decreasing the eligibility by $10,000. It absolutely makes no sense. I would ask, you know, did we overspend the amount that was budgeted for this heating rebate? If memory serves me correctly, we came in with over $100 million surplus. Maybe this year we want a $200 million surplus. I don't know. But this is in the hands, this money in the hands of Nova Scotians who need it the most is absolutely necessary for them to survive this winter season. Mr. Speaker, if you think about a senior who, because of a modest increase in their CPP, their OAS, or their guaranteed income supplement, which put them slightly over the senior care grant amount, and I'm talking some of the cases that we have seen very slightly over, and they've been denied. So now, and let's be honest, anybody that's receiving the guaranteed income supplement is living in poverty, Mr. Speaker. They are not making ends meet. They're trying to stay in their homes in a time when we have an unprecedented housing crisis. So now, that senior, we've taken $1,100 plus out of their hands. $750 for the senior care rebate, which they're no longer eligible for, and $400 that they were counting on from the heating assistance rebate program. We've essentially taken out a month's worth of income for some of these folks, which is really, it really hurts the, you know, anybody who has aging parents or anybody who has young families in their family that are just starting out, trying to get through from one week to the next. You know, you're just one problem with your car or one problem with your home that you're stretched to try and pay for from financial disaster. And this government takes it out of their hands. You know, I heard the member from Cumberland North during question period ask, you know, with regards to rent supplements, the government giveth and the government taketh. Well, this is a prime example of taketh, Mr. Speaker. Taketh so bad that people are crying in our offices. And I wish we could help everybody. But when someone comes in at $38,000 and the threshold is $37,500, you just want to cry with them because you know they can't afford to live on what they have. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill simply rectifies that issue. There's someone else after me. Mr. Speaker, my own caucus is throwing me for a loop. So, you know, when I look at the casework in the office, the majority of our casework is around the heating assistance rebate and senior care grant. Right now, over this next month and a half, yesterday morning before I headed up here, I was in at the office and our waiting room was full and people were lined up the hallway waiting to see my CA, who does an amazing job in the community helping people with these forms. But what we're seeing is that whereas last year we were able to help, this year we're not able to help. So it's a very simple request, and it's not asking very much. What it's asking, this bill, is asking to please just do what you did last year. That's it. We're not asking for more. Opposition parties always ask for more. We're just asking for status quo from last year. What we should be asking for is take the $85,000 and increase that, because we should be indexing it. The same thing we should be doing with income tax brackets. We should be indexing these income limits to inflation. It's the only way, because at the end of the day, because somebody is getting a slight increase, whether it be from CPP or whether it be from their employer, everything else is going up by inflation as well. So they're actually falling further behind because they're not able to make ends meet. This bill would allow them an extra $400, and it would allow that many more people to qualify from $75,000 to $85,000. It's not a lot to ask. You did it last year. We're asking the government to do it again. So the two clauses in this bill that we're putting forward, the Rebate Program Expansion Act, the first one is to raise the income level to 85, and the second is to reinstate it back to $1,000. And it's not too late to do that. We're still in session. We can move this through pretty quickly. And then simply, the applications are already in the system. So it would be just a matter of sending the extra $400 to all those that have applied. And those that have been denied, we can have a second look at their application. Why have they been denied? Have they been denied because they're between 75 and 85,000? We can simply factor in those folks as well. What this bill will do is help seniors, help young families, and help the working people of the province who are making modest income of $85,000 as a family. We don't do enough in this province to help those who are struggling on a day-to-day basis, who are working hard and struggling to make ends meet. And I hear this all the time in my office. But Fred, what's out there for me? I don't qualify for anything. I just make over the limit. There's nothing there for me. I pay my taxes. I pay my property taxes. And it's very unfortunate that we can't, as a bunch of legislators elected by the people, come together and just do what we did last year. I'm even saying we did last year. But what this government did last year was a good thing, putting this in the hands of people when they needed it most. So why in the name of heavens would you do that to yourself as a government? Do it year one and then pull it back the next year. It makes absolutely zero sense to me. I hope that we're hearing, I hope everybody is hearing from individuals in their offices that this is unfair, because hopefully you can bring this to your ministers to make the right choice and the right decision to reinstate it to last year's numbers. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move second reading of Bill 349.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' proposal here that the heating assistance rebate program should be reinstated to its level prior to the government's October 16th cutback to the program. This proposal provides us this afternoon with an opportunity to consider and weigh the justifications and the defense and the arguments that the government has put forward in support of the HARP cutbacks in the 10 days since those cutbacks were announced. The facts of the situation are straightforward, as my colleague from Northside Westmount has explained them. The rebate was $1,000, is now cut 40% to $600. The program's eligibility income threshold is also being cut to $75,000 from $85,000. That is straightforward. What is less straightforward, however, is the case that the government has made in defending this $400 cutback. Now, the government's justification and case and defense for this has been put forward by the Minister of Service Nova Scotia, largely in response to a series of questions that he has answered here in the House from the member for Cape Breton Centre at Whitney Pier, as well as from myself, as well as from the Liberals. And in response to this series of questions over the last 3 days, the Minister has put forward three different justifications, three defenses, arguments, 3 points in the case for this $400 program cut. I think that each of these three defenses and justifications bears our considering for a moment, and I will table the Hansard of the total of these exchanges. So, justification, defense, argument number one. that has been put forward in favor of reducing the HARP program by $400. As the minister has expressed it, members will remember from the exchanges in question period, is that the minister thinks the Conservative record on the heating assistance program is better than the NDP government's record was when it was in power. So we've heard this point made more than once. It's plainly quite a central point in the minister's thinking on this subject. Now, I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the best that could be said for this as a point is that it has less to do with public policy and more to do with history. I suppose there would be things that the Minister of Service Nova Scotia would disagree with about the governments of Angus L. MacDonald or the government of W.S. Fielding, and they would be about as relevant to the current situation as it is for him to take his bearing to form his defense about these cuts from his opinion of a government which was elected, let's consider it, 14 years ago. No, I think rather that what we have here is the kind of juvenile deflecting that we sometimes have with children, as in, oh yeah, well, he did something worse than I did, etc. I think it's not really worthy of engagement beyond saying this, that we have a right to expect something more from a minister who is charged with making the case for defending taking $400 from people who can't afford it. Now, that brings me to justification, argument, defense number 2 that the government has put forward for cutting the heating assistance rebate from $1,000 to $600. Namely, that, as the minister has put it, people ought not to be concerned about this because the government is, if I can summarize, is doing other stuff. This is also a point that figures prominently in the minister's answers to questions about why the government is taking this $400 away. The minister often refers, when he makes this point, for example, to the seniors' care grant. Now, I want to say about this first, it would be a darn strange thing if a government with a budget of $14 billion was not doing other stuff. Of course they're doing other stuff, but that in itself is not a justification for taking $400 away from people's budgets, particularly when you consider the real situation with some of that stuff. Take, for example, the seniors' care grant, as the minister has raised it. The grant is hardly the fountain of beneficence the government makes it out to be. It's a reimbursement program for $750, for which one must have receipts.
I don't think we're talking about the seniors' care grant. And just remind the member to get back to the bill at hand. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, the point about the seniors' care program has been repeated by the minister in defenses of the $400 cuts. That's the only reason I raise it. Might it be in order for me to say a couple more sentences about it?
If you're going to tie this in and wrap it back around, the member, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand, Mr. Speaker.
If you're going to tie this back into the, if you're tying this into the bill at hand, which we're speaking on, Bill 349. Okay, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. So we can contrast that program, for example, with the parallel senior supplement program in BC or the parallel senior supplement program in Ontario, which pay $1,000 or over $1,000 to low-income seniors, and these are just automatically deposited in your account. My point here, Mr. Speaker, is that the seniors' care grant is in fact miserly by comparison to most other such provincial programs, as one might expect of a government that has frozen income assistance throughout its mandate and has refused to index assistance to inflation. So I think that we ought to be spared much excitement about all the other stuff. Now this brings me to the minister's third defense and third justification and third argument in favor of the $400 cut. And this is an argument that I must say, Mr. Speaker, I find a little bit bizarre. Namely, his repeated view that the government has not, in fact, cut this program at all. That despite the reduction from $1,000 to $600, what they have done is, in fact, increase it. Quote, unquote, we've increased the rebate. Quote, unquote, we've increased the thresholds. Quote, unquote, we've tripled the rebate. All these are comments word for word, which in the debates on the $400 cut the minister has made. Now, I know what the minister thinks he's saying here. He's comparing the $600 remaining of the rebate to what the rebate was in earlier versions of the program. But this is, if I may say so, deeply rude on the minister's part to answer the person who is in dismay about having $400 taken away from them in a way that obscures and diminishes and seeks to deny the reality of their experience and their now much more difficult situation. It is insulting to people to say, as the minister has said, that no, you haven't actually received a cutback. Your check may be $600 instead of $1,000, but really, if you understood it better, you'd understand that actually the program has increased. Now, if this isn't gaslighting, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. Now, as every communications specialist and every lawyer will tell you, one function when you're making a defense or an argument or a case for something is to bring some factors into the light and to obscure some other factors from view. And there are several things in the minister's justification for reducing the rebate by $400 that I think are troublingly being removed from view. One is, as my previous speaker has said, one is the context of inflation. This is kind of a Kenny Rogers, fine time to leave me, cutback. What a terrible time, Lucille, to cut 40% out of the heating rebate. What? Well, a time when $200 spent at the grocery store won't get you any more groceries than you can put away in 3 or 4 minutes. A time when, as the full impact of the fixed-term lease loophole in the rent cap is increasingly being felt, rent is eating up bigger and bigger portions of people's incomes. A time when, as the member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Peer pointed out in her questioning of the minister on this subject, when Nova Scotia's year-over-year increase in the cost of living is the largest of any province. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the Conservatives were right when they said the heating rebate had to be increased to $1,000 because the need was so great. Nothing has diminished that need by $400. Now, what the minister obscures and passes over and delides additionally is the fundamental reality of the economics of the oil tank. A tank of oil is about $1,500. It's pretty common that it needs to be filled up 3 times a year. So what we had in the heating rebate prior to this cutback was a pretty sizable lion's share part of one of those tanks looked after. What we have now with a $600 program is considerably less than half a tank, and in fact, the minimum amount for which many oil companies will come at all. What the minister obscures and does not mention is the reality of household budgets. There are, Mr. Speaker, many homes in our province that have counted on the $1,000 of the heating rebate to get through the more expensive months of winter, and for whom this $400 cut is going to make the difference between the household budget being a little in the black or dug deeper into the hole of the Visa or the line of credit. These are the things that a government of quality would grapple with and speak about squarely and address. They're not things to be obscured. They're not things to be denied. Not things to be diverted from in any way. The government has made a mistake in its $400 cut to the heating rebate program, and it has attempted to justify it in a disrespectful, unworthy, and superficial way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm really not sure where to start here because everybody's been handing me notes about all the things that I should say about what's been said here this afternoon. And I have to start by saying I have never really, experienced this kind of what I'll call hypocrisy. You know, wait, is that unparliamentary? If it is, I'll withdraw it. Is that unparliamentary?
Depends on the content.
Yeah. So, anyway, so we listened to 15 minutes of the member from
Halifax, Bucktown.
No. North side westbound.
Order.
Scold us.
Order. I would ask the member to retract the word that he said it actually is unparliamentary. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
I'll get to the point here. Oh, I'm sorry. I retract it. I really do. Yeah. But the idea that the member from North Side Westmount would scold us here for 15 minutes on what we've supposedly, all the things that we've done to hurt the seniors with respect and low income and the less fortunate in our community with respect to the a reduction, a slight reduction over last year in the home heating rebate. But the same group, the same people, less than a year ago, we asked them, we pleaded with them to support us against the carbon tax, okay? And I make no apologies for the 17 cents a liter every time they fill up the tank.
Order. There's lots of chatter from all sides here. Order. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
So I got a new one for you. We pleaded with the people across the aisle to support us in asking that they didn't pass a Liberal NDP carbon tax, and they came ahead and they passed it anyway. The Halifax Shabakto talked about. Remember from Halifax Shabakto talked about three tanks of oil, 3,000 liters at 17 cents. Even I can do the math on that. So I think it's kind of rich that we're being scolded for what we've done to help people with the home heating tax. So I will move on with my speakers. Now, Mr. Speaker, we certainly know for sure that many Nova Scotians are struggling to pay their bills as the cost of everything goes up. The cost of living, the rising cost of living is a challenge right across the country. But despite this, Mr. Speaker, our government is working hard every single day to respond with targeted solutions that will be there to support Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, the Heating Assistance Rebate Program, or HARP for short, has been in place since 2008, and we did talk about history, and I wanted to mention that the carbon tax is not that far in our history. It's not back there 14 years, read back when whoever, Sir John A. Macdonald was here. I don't know, but anyway. Or HARP for short, has been in place since 2008, offering rebates for Nova Scotians at a certain income level who pay for their own heat. It was a PC government, history again, that introduced HARP. In its first year, the program offered rebates of $450. So, Mr. Speaker, when the NDP government was formed in 2009, and the member from Halifax Shabakto was part of that government, they slashed that rebate, okay? So for 13 years from 2009 until 2022, Madam Speaker, the program was based on a $200 rebate until 2022, and it was available to single people earning $29,000 and families earning $44,000. And I'll point that out because all three powers have been in power during that time. But of all of these three parties, it is only the PC government who put their money where their mouth is and took action to put more money in their pockets than Nova Scotians. Our government recognized that the $200 rebate and the income threshold, as it was, weren't enough. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we topped up the HARP rebate to $350 to all eligible Nova Scotians, and last January we poured another $100 million into the budget, allowing us to offer rebates of $1,000 and to expand the income threshold to $85,000. Now, for single people, that was for single people and families like we knew that Nova Scotians were struggling and they needed help, and we used this program to offer it. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know Nova Scotians are still struggling, and we know we couldn't go back to the previous NDP rebate of $200 or the previous income amounts, especially with the devastating effects of the Liberal carbon, there it is again, the Liberal NDP carbon tax, okay, on heating fuels. 17 cents a litre. So we looked at the uptake of the program last year. We had nearly 156,000 Nova Scotian households receive the rebate last year, Mr. Speaker, compared to just over 45,000 in the previous year. We knew we had a great deal of new applications. This year, I think, so far already this year, I think we got 84,000 applications already this year. So we knew we had a great deal of new applicants, and that made sense. But around the 75,000 income threshold, we started to see fewer people applying. So we wanted to make sure the rebate was meaningful and going to those who needed it the most. So this year's rebate is $600, 3 times more than the rebate has been traditionally, and the income threshold was set at $55,000 for singles and $75,000 for a household. Mr. Speaker, we felt this helped to support more people who needed it. At $600, the HARP is the largest government-run program for heating costs in Atlantic Canada. Newfoundland offers $500, New Brunswick offers $550 for people in emergency heating situations. But it's important to point out that HARP isn't the only program that we help with in Nova Scotia that needs. Some members in this House have rightly pointed out that our seniors are often struggling with increased costs on a fixed income. No doubt about that. I won't mention the carbon tax on that. It has no impact. Our property rebate for seniors program offers seniors a rebate of 50% of the property taxes up to $800. Our government also created the Seniors Care Grant and expanded it to $750 this year. And this is a separate program that helps seniors with costs of household services. Home health care services, new this year, home heating, and I hope all members will remind the seniors in their communities to apply for this program. Then there's a long-running Your Energy Rebate program, which gives every Nova Scotian, no matter what their income is, a point-of-sale rebate on the provincial portion of the HST on home heating. Last year, the average household received an additional $285 in energy rebates. There are also other investments in energy efficiency programs, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, low-income Nova Scotian homeowners who qualify can get free energy audits and energy efficiency upgrades, including heat pumps. That's a great program because it saves them money on heating costs every winter. They stay in their home. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to examine HARP as we do all our programs to ensure that it's helping the people who need it the most. And I know that government staff are working hard to help Nova Scotians who have applied for HARP receive it quickly. So far, we have had over 84,000 applicants. Mr. Speaker, we expected more than 130,000 households to receive this rebate this year. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to take action, invest in programs that support Nova Scotians when they need it the most. With that, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to apologize to anyone that's watching this online, on TV, or in person. This is just, it's not, where's the reality? Where's the reality? They talk about increasing the HARP program, the largest it's ever been, but you also decreased it, the largest decrease in the history of the HARP program. You cut the HARP program by 40%. Mr. Speaker, in a time when electricity has gone up 14% after they said they had that under control. Inflation's at an all-time high. We received a F as a province, the only place in Canada to receive an F on food sustainability and affordability. We have the largest increase in rent in the country. The largest increase in housing cost in the country. And yet, they talk about how great they are because they cut a home heating rebate, which is needed by the lowest income and working class Nova Scotians. It's not needed by anyone in this chamber, because everyone in this chamber makes $100,000 at tops and more, right? 80, 90, 100,000. You're making double the amount, bare minimum, of the average Nova Scotian. Double the amount. Not a single person here applied for a home heating rebate. And they talk about, hey, you know what? It's okay that we cut it 40%. It's okay because there's heat pumps. Well, I challenge that member to go through every single person that applied for the heating rebate and see if they can afford a heat pump. See if they own their own house. See if they have the ability to get one installed and paid for. Because if they did, they probably wouldn't be applying for a home heating rebate, or they'd be less likely to. And I wasn't going to get up, and I certainly wasn't going to be angry. But I have a list of people out the door that are looking for this rebate, that are depending on this rebate, and we have to say to them, yeah, you're only getting 6 this time. Because it is absolutely cruel to give somebody $1,000 one year knowing they need it, and then everything goes up, and say, nah, you're not getting it this year. You don't deserve it. Because that's what they're telling Nova Scotians. You don't deserve it. We saw in public accounts how much this was costing, and that's what this is about. It was over $100 million that this program's costing. So they're cutting it now. They decide to cut it because they want to save back money on the backs of the most vulnerable Nova Scotians and working class and middle class Nova Scotians, and that's exactly what they're doing. And anyone that has the audacity on that side of the aisle to defend this, send the money my way. Because the people in Spryfield, the people in the north end of Halifax, the people in the north end of Dartmouth, the people on every single side of this aisle will take your money that you don't want and don't think your constituents deserve. This is a government that's froze income assistance. There's more homeless people now in the last 2 years than ever before. It's the government who said we will spend no matter what, for health. Heat is health. Warmth is health. And if you don't believe me, how about one of you spend a winter outside in a tent? How about somebody in this chamber actually spend time without heat? How about you do that? And then you'll remember what it was like. Then you'll know what it's like. This is an absolutely cruel decision. And I don't get how people don't see that. $400 may not seem like a lot to an MLA because of how much you're making and how much you're taking home. But the people that rely on the home heating rebate, this is the difference between making a car payment, if they own a car, feeding their children, having their children play hockey, maybe a winter jacket for their children. This isn't just money. This is actual objects. This is seniors who already are worse off than just about anywhere else in Canada, who can't pay for the prescriptions now because $400 was snatched out of their pocket. And guess what's going to happen? There's going to be long-term impacts on our healthcare system because those individuals can't pay for their medication. And just to stand there and pat yourself on the back over this, over cutting a vital program by saying, hey, you know what? The NDP cut it too. I teach my children, if someone does something bad or somebody does something that's hurtful, don't repeat it. Be better. And instead, What they're saying is, well, you did it, so we're going to do it a little bit worse. You hurt the public. We're going to sting you a little bit more. Instead of decreasing it, I don't even know how much, if they did actually, but instead of not increasing it, we're going to take $400 out of your pocket. And I just don't think people, I think we've lost just reality. That we think $400 is not a lot of money. To the vast majority of Nova Scotians, $400 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It may be just a night out with you and your friends, for people in this chamber maybe, or they might be blowing it on a trip or going here or doing that. But that's the difference between groceries. When's the last time, Mr. Speaker, that you went to the grocery store and didn't spend at least $300? And we're the lucky ones that can afford it. So now you're saying to people, you know what? You don't need to eat. Who needs to eat? You don't need to eat healthy. Certainly not. So that $400 is going to come out of things like paying rent. Nobody here is afraid or struggles or just panics toward the end of the month because they can't pay their rent or their mortgage. And again, that's where the people's touch on reality has been lost in this chamber. Is that we sit here and we joke, we laugh, and we have to go back and forth about serious issues. Serious issues. And we say, well, look what you, like, I've just heard it so much. And yes, we did it. And yes, the NDP did it. And now you guys they're doing it. The government's doing it. It's just, instead of taking responsibility of the now and your actions, you say, well, previous government on the HARP. But it's everything. It's everything. Housing, health. Wouldn't it be nice if you just said, we don't care what the previous government did. We're just going to do what's right. But instead, Mr. Speaker, there's this built-in excuse that comes with political parties where they say, we can get away with it. And there's an arrogance. I see it every day. I see arrogance from members who think they're unbeatable, that they will never lose. And I see the arrogance in them when they deny and they laugh and they pretend like this stuff doesn't matter. I see it all the time. And it drives me nuts. Maybe they'll never lose, but have some humanity about it. You know, maybe you won the lottery and you're set for life and you'll never, ever not be an MLA, and you'll have that check rolling in day after day, week after week. And you'll never have to worry about paying your power bill. You'll never have to worry about your heat not being paid. But you need a dose of reality. You do not represent a political party in here. You're supposed to represent the people who elected you. And we've all been guilty of it. Everybody has been guilty of putting, of acting like they represent the political party. Everybody's been guilty of it. But like, enough is enough. We are in a time in my life where financially it's never been worse. It's never been more difficult. And we have governments saying to people that they're supposed to represent that you don't know how to spend your own hard-earned money. You don't know what's best for you. We do. So we're going to take more from you in a time when you need it the most. It's just, it's like insanity. I mean, I think we can all agree that we know what's best for our families. We know how to spend money to support our families. We know what our family needs. When I go home, I know what my children need. When I go home, I know what my house needs, my family needs, my pets need. I know all of that. You, government, do not know. You may think you know, but I'll tell you one thing you should know is they need heat. They need the ability to pay their bills. And every time you reach into their pocket, you take something from them. And we act like that this is government's money. It's not. It's taxpayers' dollars. You're actually taking money from them. You create a program, you give some back, and then you take more. It's not your money. It's the people of Nova Scotia's money. And this is a cruel, cruel thing that's being done here. You're taking it from the most vulnerable, the hardworking Nova Scotians, the middle-class Nova Scotians, and the only thing you can do is point fingers at previous governments and say, look what they did, instead of saying, we're going to set the bar higher. We're going to set the standard higher. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice to have a party, a political party for the people instead of for the politics? Wouldn't it be nice to have parties that represent people instead of partisanship? Wouldn't it be nice to have a party that reacts to the needs of the people and say, you know, we know you're struggling. And instead of sitting there and creating a false narrative in this House, and in the past, Mr. Speaker, it would have been called out. The false narrative around the carbon tax. That member continues to push, and members across continue to push. It is in Hansard, and it continues to be in Hansard. I've personally said it. This party's personally said it, that we voted against it. We put in a cap-and-trade system. Get it through your head.
Order, order, order.
Why is he allowed to talk about cap?
But just asking everyone, everyone's overheated today and everyone's all excited that we're here. I just want to remind everybody that, you know what, using the word you, we could be using the member. We should be looking at talking to people in the third party here to keep some of it down. I will recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
This is literally the only job that I've ever had in my life, and I've had lots, where you could stand and lie, and it's applauded, and it's approved, and everybody loves it because you're protected when you're in here. Those members know how the vote went. Those members know where the party stands. I didn't call anyone a liar.
I would ask the member to retract the word, the unparliamentary word that he used, insinuating that. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll retract it, but I will say that I feel like a lot of members, when they make those statements, I feel like it's misleading, and it's misleading the public. And they're doing it on purpose. Because they have nothing else to hang their hat on except for misleading and untrue statements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would ask that the member retract the other unparliamentary word, use the word misleading. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I would ask that the member retract the statements that he made that are misleading. That is not true, and there's a record in Hansard that
order.
I have a right to stand in this House when things are said about me that are not true. I have a right to defend myself, and I will continue to defend myself.
Order.
What he said.
Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic to retract the unparliamentary word.
I will retract it when the member stands up and retracts the false statement that was made about myself. I have a right in this House in the 11 years I've stood there to defend myself, and the rules have not changed, but they've started to change over the last 2 years.
I'll ask the member one last time to retract the word, unparliamentary word, and I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Could I get some clarification?
The word misleading is unparliamentary.
Can I get some clarification on the request? I'm going to ask you a question about it. So under the rules of this House, when a statement is made that is untrue against a member, do I have a right to defend myself and call that out? If not,
Order.
Then what are we doing here?
Order. The Speaker's ruling's final. Order. Are you going to retract? I'll give one last time before I ask the member to leave to retract the unparliamentary word. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'm struggling with it because, I will, just give me a second here. I'm struggling with it because I need to know if something is said that is not true against a member, if we have a right.
I'd ask the member for Halifax Atlantic to leave the chamber. I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move to adjourn debate on Bill 349.
The motion on the floor is to adjourn debate on Bill number 349, Heating Rebate Program Expansion Act. Will all those in favour of the motion please say indicate by saying aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion carried. I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you call Bill 357, the Highway Cellular Coverage Act.
Bill 357, the Highway Cellular Coverage Act. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move second reading of Bill 357, an act respecting cellular coverage on highways in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill. What this bill would do would be to create a fund that would be directed by Executive Council to be distributed to ensure that there's infrastructure in place to expand cellular coverage from one end of the province to the other. The purpose of this act is to ensure that cellular telephone coverage is particularly on every single highway in our provincial highway network. The Minister of Public Works would establish a highway cellular coverage fund, and that fund would be used to finance projects prescribed by regulations that carry out the purpose of the Act. The reason for this is pretty simple, Mr. Speaker. We have seen degradation of our cellular coverage in the province. I have traveled from one end of the province to the other. We all do it every single week when we go back to our communities, and we all experience, even on our 100 series highways, major gaps in cell coverage. I experience it in Cape Breton. When I drive through Cape Breton, beautiful Cape Breton. Experience it in Antigonish, in Guysborough County, in the Pictos, in Colchester, in the Cumberlands. We experience it in HRM. We all just came out of a by-election. There's places over in Preston, which is an HRM, you can't get cellular coverage. You drive down the South Shore, big gaps as you head into Bridgewater, between Chester and Bridgewater, as you pass Mahone Bay. And of course, big gaps when you get into Shelburne and Yarmouth County, and even when you come back up through Digby County and the Valley. This is a really, really important issue, not just because it's so critical for our economy, for navigation. It's critical for safety and emergency management. We've just come through a year of horrendous and catastrophic extreme weather events. From Fiona, I believe one of the largest hurricanes, or one of the largest lower pressure systems that's come through on record, to the largest wildfires by far in our province's history, which you yourself, Mr. Speaker, experienced very directly in your riding of Shelburne, to the catastrophic floods that actually took lives. We saw issues with it with Portapique, where people couldn't get emergency messages in, couldn't call 911. We see it when people don't get emergency alerts when these events are going on. And this is a major, major safety issue. So when people can't get alerts when there's a fire, when there's a flood, during a hurricane, those folks are in jeopardy. It goes beyond major weather events too. We all drive the highways. There's some dangerous parts on our highways still, even after all the twinning that the previous government invested in. People have accidents on highways. There's stretches of our highway system where you can't call somebody for help. And if you're traveling at night or on one of our highways that are not traveled regularly, or there's not high traffic, you can find yourself in trouble. We've got Mr. Speaker, we've actually got a road that connects our ridings, the Tin Mine Road in Yarmouth. That was the only access road during the wildfires for people in Yarmouth County to connect again to the 103 and to get to the South Shore, Shelburne South Shore, and Halifax and beyond. That is a very treacherous road. We've got a petition circulating right now to do some work on that road because there's terrible potholes. There's a lot of wildlife on that road. That road goes right through wild country, very remote, dense forests, and there's potholes on that road.
Order. I think I'd ask the member just to stick to the bill at hand, and I recognize the honourable member of the official opposition.
We're talking about safety on highways. This is about cellular coverage on our road networks. So when we talk about the danger on some of our roads, it's very applicable here, because if you're driving on the Tin Mine Road, you hit one of the degraded areas, you can't even call this a pothole because there's areas of the road that are just totally disintegrated that you can't see at night, and you go off the road, you can't call for help. There's no cellular coverage there. If you get on an accident on the stretch of the 103 at night when people aren't driving by, you can't call for help. So this is a major, major safety issue in our province. There's highways in Cape Breton that can be treacherous during wintertime. We've got messy winters here in Nova Scotia. We hear about the accidents that happen. If you can't call for help, you're in trouble. We also don't have a vulnerable persons registry. That is another piece of legislation that our party has tried to bring forward, so that we know where people who are not mobile are located, where they're living, and if we need emergency responders or community members to follow up with them in the case of a blackout or a loss of coverage. So these folks who are either living in areas where there's bad cell phone coverage, or whose family live in areas where there's bad cell phone coverage, because we don't know where they are, they can also be in jeopardy without cellular coverage. So this is something that I do think we have to take very seriously. And to date, we've not seen any action by the provincial government on this file. In fact, as usual, we've seen the government just lay this at another order of government's feet. And I've got a quote here. And again, we're talking about serious issues here. We're talking about people being lost and stranded either by accident, extreme weather, or medical event on the highway, heart attack, stroke. These things can happen when people are driving. They do happen. They take lives, and people can't call for an ambulance or for help. And despite the, I think, increasing risk to safety with cellular coverage, again, we see the government, conservative government, pointing fingers, saying, "Oh, this is totally just a federal issue." Minister of EMO, Emergency Management of Municipal Affairs and Housing, said this. He told reporters, and I'll table this, that telecom service are a federal responsibility. As far as the province goes, I mean, it's very difficult for us to change anything on this. When asked if the province is doing anything to ensure that people in remote areas have adequate service during storms, he said, "We're asking people to prepare. For individuals in rural parts of the province, that means being prepared to have backup power for their cell phone charging." If they don't have cell phone coverage, I think the minister is missing the point on this. So there's been a high level of flippancy when it comes to this issue. And again, as we've seen with major issues that bring pressure on the government, there is a tendency, as the honourable colleague from Chebucto, I think, rightly pointed out later, to go after other governments, either past governments. In the case of the last debate, they pointed out an NDP government from 14, 15 years ago, to other orders of government, instead of taking responsibility themselves, and like other provinces have done. So our minister, well, our minister has said this is a federal issue, we can't do anything about it. We've actually seen BC step up and take leadership on this. Again, BC, a much larger province, very remote areas, have stepped up with major funding initiatives to ensure that there's coverage on our highways. This began in BC in 2021 with the cellular service expansion plan as part of BC's economic recovery plan, where funding was brought in to ensure that there was cell coverage on BC highways. And I'll quote the Minister of Citizen Services, who said, "People need to be able to communicate during an emergency, whether it's by phone for roadside assistance or report a wildfire or flooding. The availability of cellular signal can make all the difference for people and their families." They recognize this in BC as a safety issue, and yet our provincial government won't. Investments like this, combined with improved safety and access to services that cellular and Wi-Fi provides, will help our regional economies also recover and thrive in a post-pandemic world. Cellular technology can reduce the time it takes to locate and rescue lost adventurers. For search and rescue, cell phone towers allow us to stay better connected and access real-time mapping to support situational awareness. These new cell towers bring important connectivity to stretches of highway that previously lacked coverage, enhancing the safety of travel across British Columbia and bringing local residents more peace of mind knowing that help is only a phone call away when they're on the road. Couldn't have said it better myself. In 2023, in March of this year, there was an expansion to this fund. And this is through the Connecting British Columbia program. And they plan to extend cellular coverage to at least 550 kilometers of highway by 2027, because they see the urgency of this. And of course, they're doing this so people have more confidence, so they're safer, and can call for help when they need it. And I'll table these. And with the impacts of climate change increasing the ferocity of our storms, increasing the risk of wildfire, increasing the risk of flood, of washout, we also have, we still do have an aging population. People are still going to experience major health events on our highways. If our folks are going to be safer, if they're going to be able to call for help, then they need to have cell phone coverage to do that. The Liberal Party is standing firmly behind this bill. We believe that this is a worthwhile investment, not just to ensure that we all have access to technologies that should be available in every single community, like we do Wi-Fi now in most parts of Nova Scotia, but also so we can have safety, peace of mind, and know when we can call for help when we need it. So I urge the government to support this bill. This would establish a fund to invest in increasing cellular coverage, particularly on our roads. And again, I mean, the government's the one that said money doesn't matter. The Premier said money doesn't matter. They come up with $700 million in a day, don't know where it came from. Clearly an investment in cellular coverage. With all the extra money they've had a windfall with the federal government, with all the extra money they seem to find in all their couch cushions, would be a very good, reasonable investment for Nova Scotians. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to rise and speak to this bill and for the opportunity to discuss the impact the limited cell coverage has on many Nova Scotian communities and why this coverage, having cell service coverage across the province is critical. A report prepared for Build Nova Scotia last year found that over 1,000 kilometers of primary roads in this province have no cell phone coverage, confirming what many of us know and experience every day. In Cape Breton, it was found that the 1/3 of the Cabot Trail has no cell phone coverage. In Guysborough County, almost half of all the primary roads have no coverage. Madam Speaker, this is unsafe and it's unacceptable. When you think of how many people go through the Cabot Trail, and not just in the summer, but right now, with Celtic colors and the changing of the colors of our trees and how much it attracts tourism, to not have cell phone coverage on the Cabot Trail is very dangerous. If something were to happen on the Cabot Trail to somebody driving, traveling, they may not be able to call for help. And they may be waiting a bit before another car passes by and notices them. It's the same for the people that live along the Cabot Trail. Every day they face so in a storm such as Fiona, to lose your landline and not have any cell service, you are basically cut off. And that is a very dangerous situation if 911 needs to be called. For family members to communicate with each other to make sure everybody is safe. So we need coverage that is reliable. But even in areas where there is coverage, it's reported that this coverage can be poor and unreliable. Take my riding, for instance, of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. There are parts of my riding when I'm driving where I just lose cell service. Now, I don't live in Louisbourg. I don't live in Manitou. I don't live in Inverness County or Richmond County. I live in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. But there are parts of my area where just driving, I will lose complete service. And sometimes it's unpredictable where. Because sometimes the place where I lost service last time is not the same place I'm going to lose service this time. So it's also unpredictable of when I'm driving and I'm talking to people. I don't know how many times I had a family member or my CA kind of in a panic because all of a sudden the car, it's silent and my phone call drops. And I'll call about 5 minutes later and it's like, oh my God, I didn't know where you, I thought something might have happened to you. Thank you for calling. And so with poor cell service leads to situations where people are cut off from each other, places they're cut off from emergency services, and also it leaves panicked, the person that was on the line now panicked of where you are. On the roadways, you know, this it's a very real thing. And as some of us and it's worrisome impacts, and as some of us who travel a lot know this. And this is, in a recent news article, the story of Sue Amberg, whose car went off the road in one of the many dead zones on the province's eastern shore, and she wasn't able to call for any help. This is a real example here. And I will table this after I'm done. Amberg has heard, so she was off the road, and she had no cell service. And so it says, Amberg heard from many local residents that many of the visitors to Nova Scotia who are fed up with the lack of services in communities and on roads. The quote, they have no issues where they live, and then suddenly they come to the Eastern Shore and they cannot believe they're not getting cell service, she said. And then she was describing her incident, and she said, there was one truck driver who came by me, and he just happened to see me, and he felt compelled to stop. He was running around with a phone in his hand, trying to get a signal to try and phone someone to report the accident, but he couldn't get a hold of anybody. Imagine how terrifying that must be in that situation, whether you are Sue or whether you are the truck driver, of trying to get help, and there's no service. This is why we really need to take this situation very seriously, and I'm going to table that now. So on this side of the aisle, within our caucus, we're encouraged by the conversations being generated by this bill, and see work in addressing cell coverage on our highways as a positive first step. The issue, however, is broader, as we know. That same report found that over 21,000 homes and businesses had no cell coverage as well. So having adequate cell phone coverage at home and at work is vital to personal and economic well-being, and also for safety reasons. So cell phone coverage is essential for receiving time-sensitive emergency alerts. This becomes all too clear to Nova Scotians in our recent years. You know, to miss an emergency alert and not get it in that because you are in a dead zone could mean life or death. It could mean you could be walking, you could be going into a flash flood and you don't know about it. And that is, you know, for a lot of us who drive, myself included, that is very real. I rely on the news, and I rely on my emergency alerts every time I'm driving up here, and my colleagues can attest to the fact that I am the weather reporter who is in road conditions, because I want to get home safely. I want to get up to here, to Halifax safely, to represent my constituents, and I want Nova Scotians to get to the places that they need to go safely. And that cell phone is a lifeline for many of us who are driving. So, and for those working in emergency management, emergency management have also expressed their concern that residents won't receive these alerts. And so that's very concerning too, when emergency management is acknowledging this fact. So phone coverage also plays a vital role in actual the issuing of these alerts. It's reported that following the July floods, that inadequate cell coverage played a role in the 2-hour delay to send out an emergency alert. We know that extreme weather events, floods, hurricanes, fires are going to become more frequent and severe with climate change. Nova Scotians need to know that emergency alerts will be issued and received in time. During these kinds of weather events, cell phones are oftentimes a last remaining, and I said this prior, a lifeline for people. Charging your cell phone now is a key reminder in emergency preparedness. How many times have you heard that? Make sure your cell phone is fully charged. Make sure you have something to charge your cell phone with should you lose power. So when landlines and power lines are impacted, it's often only the cell phone that people are left to rely on. This became clear to many communities following Hurricane Fiona last year. In Ecum-Secum, for example, some residents went 30 days without any phone service after landline phone lines were impacted. Without cell phone coverage in the community, many had no means of communication and couldn't even make calls to 911. And I have that here, where they discuss this issue. One individual wrote that, or Daryl McDonald said, "It is very frustrating that if we had cell phone if we had cell phone service, it would open up communication, and that we just don't have here now. We have been having lots of issues with our home phone lines with storm and power outages, so that's why cell phone coverage would be ideal to have here." And I'll table that. This is not an if or a when, this is what's been happening. I know in my own riding after Fiona, quite in reserve mines, and I mean quite literally, there was one spot outside the fire department that I could stand and get cell phone service. And I said, this is not something very far off. This is a place that should have get cell phone service, and I could not get cell phone service except to stand right outside the door in this particular spot. Like it was basically a foot of a spot, and I had to stand there to get cell phone service in that community for a few days. I have heard stories of people who could not get a hold of their mothers or fathers in Cape Breton, and they lived elsewhere here in the province after Fiona, and they drove to Cape Breton so they could communicate with their family because they could not get a hold of them. The lack of cell service has a human impact. Because we've become reliant on our cell phones to get in touch with people. We've become reliant on our cell phones for our emergency alerts. To not have cell phone coverage in every part of this province, reliable cell service, could and has caused people to be in harm's way. So I thank the members for bringing this forward, as well as for the debate. With that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to rise this opportunity to speak to Bill 357 in the legislature today on this really critical issue. As many of us know, in Nova Scotia, I too drive the roads every day and highways frequently, and I appreciate the importance of having reliable cell coverage in our province. It is frustrating trying to make a call when you're traveling back and forth to Halifax in particular on the highways, and I know that Nova Scotians feel this too. And it's not a luxury. It's very important, and it's a necessity. Madam Speaker, it becomes a matter of safety, and we depend on our phones for alert systems as well. We need reliable coverage. We need cellular coverage that that we can count on in Nova Scotia. And we need our phones for lots of reasons, to call for help if we're in an accident, if we have car trouble. We need them to check in on our loved ones, our children, our family members. We need them a lot of times for work. And beyond that, we depend on our phones constantly just to improve our quality of life. They are very important in the ways that we work, the ways that we've moved together in the future. Cell coverage and cell phones are very important, and it's how we connect, it's how we shop, it's how we meet new friends, it's how we stay in touch with our families, social media in particular. Improving cell coverage for all Nova Scotians is something that the government does take very seriously, and we are taking action on this file. In fact, I am proud to say that we are the first government in the province to ever address this issue. Madam Speaker, we commissioned a study that does show us where we have gaps in coverage, and this study was important so that we knew where to put the added areas that are most impacted. And we know that more than 21,000 homes and businesses and about 1,000 kilometers of our roads have little or no cell coverage. Madam Speaker, it is unacceptable, and our government acknowledges this. Through Build Nova Scotia, we are working on a strategy to provide this service to underrepresented areas as quickly as we possibly can. Madam Speaker, this strategy will also strengthen our network throughout the province, not just in the areas of gaps, but throughout our entire province. This strategy will consider all of the technologies and look to partner with industry and other levels of government. Madam Speaker, it's important to remember that the solution for this problem will inevitably require many partnerships, many conversations, and working together. The province does not regulate the telecommunications sector. That's the role of the CRTC. Nor does the province own telecommunications infrastructure that provides cellular service. It belongs to privately owned corporations. Madam Speaker, we know that this sector, we are new to the sector, but we know that we are a fast learner. And I'm happy to share today that conversations with industry and other levels of government are progressing well, and expect that we will have more to say on this file very soon. For now, I want to say that we do understand how frustrating it is for Nova Scotians with poor to no cell coverage. I personally know the impacts that it can have and how important it is for this file to move forward. And I'm proud of the work that's being done. I'm proud of taking the steps and the strategy to work together. Nova Scotians shouldn't have to deal with this stuff in 2023. We should have been looking into this all along. There shouldn't be a risk in emergency situations. And I know that solutions cannot be found fast enough. But, Madam Speaker, we are going to move as fast, as quickly as possible, because it is very important to not just my community, but into the entire province. We are confident of the capabilities of Build Nova Scotia, their ability to replicate the success that they had in bringing the high-speed internet to rural communities. My community particularly benefited from the investments in Build Nova Scotia. And I'm happy to say that we have had big improvements, but not enough. And that's why we're continuing to work with cell coverage. We're determined to close these gaps and ensure that Nova Scotians will receive the service that they need and the service that they can rely on. It impacts all of us. We're going to continue to work with our partners, and I know that Council Home has made motions pleading to the federal government to work on this and address this. We're going to work together with our municipal governments and our federal governments and bring the reliable coverage that we need. I know that, you know, I was really late to get a cell phone, and I too became so dependent on it, and it is so frustrating for these upgrades not to be made by these telecommunication companies. The infrastructure needs improvement. Traveling on our highways, we do need this. The strategy will work together. I know that families home have called on this, and I'm proud to say that we're listening. I know that the minister will work diligently and not leave this at the feet, as maybe was indicated that's been done. This work has already started. I don't believe that introducing Bill 357 is necessary, because the work has already started. Madam Speaker, I feel very at a loss for what I want to say to come through here today, but I know that the work of strengthening these networks are really critical and key. I think at this point I'm just going to take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say to the member from West Hants, the reason we're asking or tabling this bill is we've asked several times over a number of years for information on the cell gap study, on information and action that's been taken, and we've been given absolutely zero information on that. So that's the reason for doing so. I'm eager to stand up and speak to Bill 357, the Highway Cellular Coverage Act. At my constituency, at events in Annapolis, on doorsteps and driveways, I would argue that the lack of cell service probably rivals the lack of emergent care and the lack of affordable housing in Annapolis. I've raised this issue, like I said, a number of times in DNRR committee, on the legislature floor, in estimates. I can table some of the times I've raised it on several different occasions. And I know MLAs in this room realize how critical cell service is. The question is, it hasn't been urgent as far as action. We haven't seen any information on it, and we thought we'd create a bill that hopefully remind the government of how urgent it is. The Minister of Economic Development has said, and I quote, this absolutely remains a barrier to economic and social development and a safety concern. So I'm assuming that she is in support of this bill. On November 22nd, 2022, so a year ago in DNRR committee, I raised this issue. I asked for a copy of the already completed cell gap study. I was told no. I was told our team couldn't have it. And I was told that Nova Scotians aren't permitted to look at it. However, senior staff at Build Nova Scotia and Public Works have acknowledged, and I quote, "There is no question that cell service is a great part of Nova Scotia is inadequate. One of the enabling pieces to feed those towers is the fibre network that's being built through the Internet project." It was raised again on May 23rd, 2023 in DNRR committee. And I met with Department of Agriculture. And I quote from senior staff at Agriculture, "Yes, the coverage of cell service in rural Nova Scotia in particular is a critically important subject for us. We recognize that producers need that capacity to do their business. And not only in agriculture. We hear the same comments for seafood and aquaculture as well." All to say, we've had several staff and several ministers and several MLAs acknowledge that the lack of cell service adversely affects the constituents that they represent. You know, in healthcare in Annapolis, and I would argue rural Nova Scotia, cell service is a lifeline, and maybe the only lifeline that many residents have. I know that the member from Kings West can acknowledge this, that, you know, our emergency room in Middleton has been severely reduced. We've lost our emergency service in Annapolis, and for the majority of the day, there is no emergency department open in the entire county of Annapolis. Any delay in making that 911 call is extremely detrimental and unsafe to the people I serve and to other Nova Scotians. You know, I have too many emails I was looking through today from constituents that have witnessed or been part of an accident, and they're not able to make that call. They have to drive or walk to get a sufficient signal to call paramedics in or make alternative plans. As acknowledged before, you know, we're having increased flooding, we're increased wildfires. We have a much higher crime rate in Annapolis and across the province. That's been acknowledged by the Minister of Justice. And I would argue in all these cases, reliable cell service is crucial and life-saving. I'll give you an example in the Valley. So we've had a constituent recently who tried to call 911 during a home invasion. And as the windows are being smashed and the doors being broken down, this gentleman tried to call 911. Now, he couldn't get through on the first couple of calls. He did get through for a few seconds, and he was put in touch with New Brunswick. Because he's on the Bay of Fundy, that's where it was patched through to. You know, all to say his jaw was broken. He couldn't reach paramedics. He drove to the VG in Halifax. And what I'm arguing is this bill will ensure that Nova Scotians are safe. In the valley, where we've got the North Mountain, the South Mountain, we've got the valley and our major highways running down the middle of it. And this bill will not only help keep Nova Scotia safer, but we're hoping through an economic development lens as well. You know, reliable cell service is essential for businesses, for individuals and communities alike. It facilitates seamless communication, it empowers access to information, and it certainly fosters innovation. You know, the lack of reliable cell service restricts these business owners' ability to connect with customers, to connect with suppliers. It hinders their potential for expansion and to be competitive. This bill will support economic development. In agriculture, I grew up on a farm. Far too many times, family members and friends have been injured on the farm and on other farms, serious injuries, even death. You know, if they don't have an emergency room close by, they rely on that cell service for their safety. There are farmers now just off Highway 101 that can't connect with their staff on their farms. So they're spending more money on fuel. They're driving to orchards and fields to connect with staff. Often there's a language barrier where a text or an email may not work. And certainly this bill will look to address those issues as well. I could go on and on. In tourism, I have a background in tourism. How many times did I hear that a tourism operator couldn't do their business or couldn't operate their business the way they envisioned because of lack of cell service? We've got too many travelers traveling down 101. They're waiting another hour to make that call or make that booking or make that reservation. They continue on, and we're such a small province, only a few hours later, they're out of province. And this bill, I'm hoping, will ensure small business owners and our tourism community feel better supported. I could go on about daily life from, you know, as a dad of 2 young kids, calling our school, ordering food, getting clarification on a prescription. There's lots of issues where even by going to a different room in the house or running to the end of the driveway or taking the car to the top of the mountain, we still can't get cell service. I want to thank our leader for raising this issue and treating this as a priority for our team. I want to thank him for introducing this bill. I want to thank our media partners for also raising this concern. You know, I couldn't get any information from the cell gap study from multiple different departments, but media and our leader and others were able to pull out redacted information from that study. And as other members have said, it shows that 21,000 households live in cellular dead zones in the province. It shows that the total number and a breakdown of civic addresses with no cell coverage by county through the province. Annapolis is certainly on that list. But that report also poses 2 potential solutions. It talks about building 25 new tower sites. It talks about identifying 73 sites that would cover 2/3 of uncovered civic addresses and unserved primary roads in the province. And so, in conclusion, I would say, you know, the government has the cell gap study. They've had it for a couple of years now. They certainly came up with $700 million over a 48-hour period or less. I'm sure they could come up with a couple $100 million on this file. This bill ensures that no Nova Scotians left behind and that our province remains resilient and connected and prepared for the future. My hope and ask is that government supports this bill. My hope is that they don't blame others. I have a funny feeling the CRTC or the federal government or some other unit will be blamed for this inaction. My hope is that this government who calls themselves a government of action, will take action. You know, they've been the government of slow motion on this file, and Nova Scotians want that to change. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to stand in support of this bill and thank my colleague from Annapolis for everything that he has shared. And on behalf of the constituents that I represent in Cumberland North, I do want to share some comments that I do hear from the people that I represent. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to just table some of the communications that I have sent through to government ministers. One was actually from the previous minister, and it was from back in April 2020, and it was a letter to the former Minister Porter identifying the need to improve cell phone service because sometimes calls go to a neighboring province when there's 911 calls made. Quote in the letter, it says there was a call from someone's cell phone that went to 911 dispatch center in PEI. PEI Island forwarded this call to 911 Center New Brunswick mistakenly, and then New Brunswick forwarded the call to Nova Scotia 911. This estimated delay was 10 to 12 minutes, caused additional stress in a dangerous situation of a fire. This situation has not been fixed yet, and this letter was sent back in April of 2020. And we still have this problem along the Northumberland Strait, Madam Speaker, where people will call 911 in emergency situations, whether it's fire or medical, and the calls are going to 911 in another province, causing delays. Back in January 21st of 2022, I also communicated with Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, who's responsible for EMO for the province, Minister Lohr. And in that letter, I included, quote, 911 service is not available to all residents in Cumberland County due to a lack of cell phone service. There are also some areas along the Northumberland shore where 911 calls go to PEI or New Brunswick instead of Nova Scotia. This happened again just last week, causing a delay in a fire service being contacted for a flue fire. Can someone from your department please work on a solution for this problem? Also, improvements are needed in cell tower coverage to ensure all Nova Scotians have access to 911 service. I'll table that letter. And keep in mind, Madam Speaker, that every person that has a cell phone in this province or a phone line is paying for 911 service, but the people that live in the Northumberland Shore are missing, even though they're paying for that 911 service. They often don't have access to it. Another letter sent January 21st, 2022 to Minister Jill Balser talking about bringing immigrants.
Order. Just to remind the member, you cannot use names in the House. Okay, thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that reminder. It's to the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration, and reminding the Minister that attracting to immigrants to Nova Scotia is important, and also that improvements to access to internet and cell phone coverage must be made a priority. There have been many persons considering moving to the Gulf Shore area, for example, in Cumberland, and chose not to, as they would not be able to work from home due to the lack of internet and cell phone coverage. I am requesting that improvements to internet and cell phone coverage be made a priority in conjunction with attracting immigrants. And lastly, Madam Speaker, actually, not lastly, second to lastly, I sent communication through to the Minister for Economic Development and spoke to the issue that economic development is being thwarted due to a lack of cell phone and internet coverage along the Northumberland Strait. The area I hear the most concern about are stretches from Tidnish to Malagash, which is pretty much the whole Northumberland Strait in my constituency. Many people have moved along the shore to, quote, work from home and are having great difficulty due to the lack of internet. It would be in this government's best interest to uphold their platform promises and immediately act to bring internet coverage and cell phone coverage to fruition. And Madam Speaker, in a submission that I made to the Minister of Finance, I also brought up the issue of lack of cell phone coverage and asking his government to make improvements specifically in Cumberland North. And I will table that as well. Madam Speaker, cell phone coverage can be a matter of life and death, and as many members here in the House have already identified, the areas without cell phone coverage in rural Nova Scotia mean that when someone is having a medical emergency, they cannot call 911. And this is certainly an issue in Cumberland North. There are many, many areas throughout the constituency that there is just literally zero cell phone coverage. Now, I know that the government's member, when she spoke, did talk that Build Nova Scotia are working on a plan. That's very encouraging to hear, and I will table, once I receive copies from the library, Madam Speaker, 2 articles that have recently been in the Globe and Mail that talk about the report that the government have yet to release, even though the Globe and Mail were able to get it through a Freedom of Information Act, and the fact that there are over 21,000 Nova Scotians without access to safe and reliable cell phone services. Something else that hasn't come up that I wanted to mention, that we're pushing consumers towards electric vehicles, and one of the downsides of not having cell phone coverage, Madam Speaker, if you have an electric vehicle, if you're stranded and you don't have cell phone coverage, that means you cannot activate your electric vehicle charger, leaving drivers stranded on the side of the road. So that is something else to consider as we're moving people towards electrification of vehicles, that we are looking also at the importance of people having safe access, reliable access to cell phone coverage as well. When it comes to medical care, our government are pushing people towards virtual care, Madam Speaker. And the fact is, if people do not have internet and or cell phone coverage, they cannot access these virtual care services as well. So I do look forward to hearing what the government's plan are through Build Nova Scotia to ensure that all Nova Scotians do have better, improved access to cell phone coverage, and certainly hope that the people of Cumberland North will be included in that plan through Build Nova Scotia, so that they can be assured to have access to 911 service, as well as so that our economy can truly meet its potential, Madam Speaker, in Cumberland North. Having cell phone coverage and internet access is a direct, there's direct correlation with economic development, and we certainly want to realize our fullest potential in our area. And with those few words, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Actually, I did want to, I've made a decision with regards to Rule 5, proceedings after a moment of interruption. It is by the rules that if the member who submitted late debate is not present, late debate does not happen. And I was just notified a little while ago when I was out for a break that the member of Halifax Atlantic is not present. So again, if anybody would like to confirm my ruling, you can go to page 6 of your little green book. So there will not be any late debate. We will take a recess and for a moment and decide how we will proceed. Order. Order. The time allotted for opposition business and for bill number 357 has expired. We are now going to move into government business, and I will now recognize the Honourable House Leader for the government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we get into Committee of the Whole House, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours on Thursday, October 26th, the time of adjournment be not 5:30 but 11:59 p.m.
There is a motion to extend the hours. Is all in agreement? Please say aye. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. We will now have the clerk conduct a recorded vote, and reminder that we are to remain silent until the recorded vote is taken. Thank you.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Allman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald. Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart. Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving.
Nope.
Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
No?
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrow.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nichol.
No.
Ben Jessup.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Ali Duale. Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 28, nays 15.
The motion is carried. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee, the whole House on bills.
The Committee on the Whole House Bills will now begin, and I will leave the chair.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 322, Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act?
Bill 322, Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 322 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 17, 2023, without amendments and contains 9 clauses.
Is there discussion on Clause 1? Does Clause 1 carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bills will ring until the whips are satisfied.
Order. Order. The clerk will conduct a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yeah.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald. Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo. Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale. Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 40, nays 0.
The clause has carried. Clause 2. Shall Clause 2 carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order. The clerk will conduct a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yep.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wall.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald. Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo. Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 39, nays 0.
The clause carries. Clause 3. Shall clause 3 carry? The clause carries. Clause 4. Shall clause 4 carry? The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, order. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
We.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 38, nays 0.
The clause carries. Clause 5. Shall clause 5 carry? There has been a request for recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order. The clerk will conduct a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr. Trevor Boudreau. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Carla McFarlane. Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombakat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 30, nays 0.
The clause carries. Clause 6. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am just going to stand for a minute, and I'm happy to table this document. And I'm no legislative guru, as I think everybody in this chamber knows. I'm trying to pass a bill here tonight that is going to hold accountable opioid companies that have caused harm and death. And we're sitting in this chamber for hours and hours, wasting time. If you folks want to filibuster this bill, you stand up on your feet and you talk about the people in your communities that have died. Talk about the people. You talk about the people who have lost their loved ones. Because I've been sitting here for 5 days or 6 days listening to all of you wag your fingers at all of us saying that we're soulless and heartless, we don't stand up for this and we don't stand up for that. Well, I'm telling you right now, there were 35 Nova Scotians that died because of opioid overdose this year. There were 63 last year.
Order.
There were 40.
Order. I'd remind the member that we have to stick to the clauses. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I'm going to table this so everybody remembers what we're doing here. And it's not fun and it's not funny. And I think if you're going to filibuster a bill, stand on your feet, stand for something, and find something else to waste our time with.
Clause 6. Shall Clause 6 carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The clerk will conduct a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr. Trevor Boudreau. Tim Hallman. Kent Smith. Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong. Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn. Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Carla McFarlane. Steve Craig. Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs. Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 23, nays 0.
The clause carries. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the schedule carry? Shall the Shall the preamble carry? Nope. Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. The clerk will conduct a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns, Tori Rushton, Barbara Adams,
Yes.
Kim Maslin,
Yes.
Tim Houston,
Yes.
Alan McMaster,
Yes.
Twyla Gross, Michelle Thompson,
Yes.
John Lohr, Trevor Boudreau, Tim Hallman, Kent Smith, Dave Ritzie,
Yes.
Brian Wong, Susan Corkum Greek,
Yes.
Brian Comer,
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jill Balzer,
Yes.
Pat Dunn, Greg Moreau,
Yes.
Becky Druin,
Yes.
Larry Harrison, John White,
Yes.
John A. McDonald,
Yes.
Keith Bain, Chris Palmer,
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard,
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse, Tom Taggart,
Yes.
Carla McFarland, Steve Craig, Patricia Arab, Keith Irving, Brendan McGuire, Derek Bombercat,
Yes.
Zach Churchill, Kelly Regan, Ian Rankin, Susan LeBlanc, Claudia Chender, Kendra Coombs, Susie Hansen, Gary Burrell,
Yes.
Lisa LaChance, Rafa Di Costanzo, Tony Ince, Laura Lee Nickel, Ben Jessam, Braden Clark, Ali Duale,
Yes.
Carmen Kerr, Ronnie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Fred Tilley, and Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 22, nays 0.
The bill has carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that you now rise and report the progress of these bills.
Good leader.
We will now rise to report progress back to the House. As we've reached the hour of adjournment, no. Oh, wait. The Chair of Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 322, without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favourable consideration of the House.
Order that these bills be read a third time on a future date. As we're at a time, as the House will now rise and meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. We stand adjourned.